Welcome to the middle. We're here for this Evoke Super Series 50 game. I'm joined by the third official, Will Houston, and the two captains of the sides. Rebecca, you're the home captain. Would you like to toss the coin for us?
Tails.
Come down as a tail.
We'll have a bat.
So you've won the toss.
Yeah, we're going to have a bat today. Looks like a really good wicket. It's a hybrid wicket, so hopefully we can get a good total and we back our bowlers to defend it towards the back end.
That's great. And anything special in the teams that we need to hear about?
Sophie McMahon is not playing today due to sickness, so we've got Izzy McLean coming in to replace her.
Brilliant. Well, very best of luck, Gary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, you seem to be happy enough with that toss.
Yeah, we were looking to bowl ourselves, so we're pretty happy with that.
Grand. And any special team news for yourselves?
Robin Searle comes out due to illness as well, so Sinead Thompson, the young lefty from Clontarf, is coming in.
Well, that'll be exciting for her anyway. Well, have a good day and hopefully things will go well for you.
Thanks
very much. So that's the toss, and now we'll go back to the commentaries. Thank you.
Welcome back. What a shot to return to the airwaves with. 2 full from Georgina Dempsey, and Gabby Lewis reached forward and hit it straight back past her for a classical boundary. Apologies from us here at Pembroke Cricket Club. Just some technical difficulties means that we didn't have sound there for a while. I know the stream dropped, but we're back now, and there you go. That's how it's done. Gabby Lewis, she's had to fight hard early on in her innings, but pounced on the extra length from Georgina Dempsey.
Bit of the edge of the bat to that one, after the first shot being so full of the bat. Beautiful drive down the ground, and then the next ball just squirting out on the offside.
And 2 very encouraging shots in the last 2 overs from the Scorchers. Number 2 and 3, Marianne Masonda over mid-off, and Gabby Lewis straight back past the bowler. Misfield in point was hit hard by Gabby Lewis. A half stop from Tector allows the Scorchers through for a single.
Well, in games like this, it's not just the big boundaries that matter, it's the accumulation of singles and twos. And once Tector misfielded that at point, the 2 bats were very alert and very awake to the chance of a single, chance to rotate the strike.
Too full and on the leg side, but just the single, as that one's helped on its way around to Freya Sargent. She's not been as consistent, Georgina Dempsey, as her opening partner Ava Canning, but in a way that nearly helped Masonda line Canning up. She knew where the ball was going to be bowled, so hit her over mid-off in the previous over. Dempsey, in comparison, because it's been a bit mixed, drew Christina Coulter-Riley into a full shot and took her wicket. Good way to finish the over. That's 6 done, and the Scorchers are 21 for 1. I have something to ask you about Craig Senior. We saw a misfield, a rare one, it has to be said. It's been tidy in the field from the Typhoons so far today, but a misfield that you wouldn't see, say, if you were watching the Ashes over the last few weeks. You wouldn't really see it in the WBBL or probably the 100. Do you think that Irish cricket will make the next step up when the batters like Gabby Lewis and the batters like Marianne Masonda can't get a single when they hit it either side of a fielder?
It would be nice, wouldn't it? A.D. Burrell, when he was in charge of the Irish Ireland men's team, always said that you could always be world class at fielding. You might not have the bowling talent even, or batting, but anybody can be a world class fielder if they put the effort in.
Well, I suppose the difference here is that, you know, AD would have been working with the national men's side. So the men's side were an excellent fielding team, that group, but it's the level down that isn't quite there for me. So Gabby Lewis needs to get used to not getting a single in that instance, so that when she goes to the senior level, she's not then going, okay, how am I going to find a single, because she's used to it from Super Series. Yeah. You're getting my point. So if she's not, and she also gets dropped a lot in the Super Series, so then she's not learning from Super Series not to hit it in the air. She learns that at international level, so we want them to be learning those lessons, not necessarily Gabby in particular. She plays in franchise cricket and things like that, but for everyone else, you can't get away with that.
Very much so. I think you're absolutely right. This Super Series is the step up between club cricket and international cricket, but it needs to move, as you say, closer to international.
So that's through the offside. Just a push from Marianne Masonda, sweetly timed, found the gap, looked for placement rather than power, and is rewarded with a boundary.
Yeah, the standard of fielding at play generally in the Super Series, they want to, playing the best against the best of Irish club cricket, they want to raise the standard, bring it up closer to that international, so that the players know what's required of them when they do get their opportunity on the highest stage.
I know it's an area that they're putting huge work into, and it definitely has improved, so this isn't me complaining so much about these girls, but just talking about where I think it needs to get to in the next 1 or 2 years, which I think it will. It's great to have the overseas players back in the competition as well. Marianne Masonda, such a top-class batter that the Irish players get to play against the likes of her. We saw Bella Armstrong in YMCA before the Irish team headed off to West Indies. She was prolific in that game. So great to have them adding to the competition here, as happens across the top-level domestic competitions across the world. Lifted over mid-wicket, just over George Atkinson. It'll only be one, didn't quite get hold of it, Marianne Masonda. It's a good thing she got that extra bit of elevation, because there's almost a chance in that catching mid-wicket.
Well, it's showing her intent. She's not willing to be shackled by Canning. She's shown that already. Been the one of the three batsmen who has actually sort of taken Ava Canning's bowling on at the moment.
It's so different to when I was coming up in 50-over cricket. If you bowled it on the spot, you pretty much could be guaranteed a dot, unless you were playing against a handful of players in the world at that time. Excellent comeback. Just pulled the length back slightly. And so the end of another good over from Canning. There was 5 from it. She's bowled 4 now, 0 for 10 for her. 7 overs gone, the Scorchers 26 for 1.
Well, despite the loss of that early wicket of Coulter Riley, Scorchers will be quite happy with the way it's gone so far. Just 3 overs left in this first power play now. They haven't gone off racing at the rate of knots, and part of that is down to some good tight bowling from Canning. Dempsey, of course, taking that wicket.
So Georgina Dempsey again. She'll be bowling her 4th over. We're still inside the first power play, so just the 2 fielders out, third and fine, are still in place. 2 catchers. Edged and just doesn't reach Stokel. Had a good go at that one, Marianne Masonda. She fancies the gap on the offside. Just a bit of variable bounce at the moment from Pembroke, which you can understand considering the amount of rain that we've had. It's playing very well considering that. It's been under cover for a lot of the last few weeks.
And this one of the 2 hybrid pitches they have in Sydney Parade. Don't know if that helps or hinders.
A wild delivery there. Just not looking comfortable in her action, Georgina Dempsey. And going back to the hybrid pitch question, I would say it almost certainly helps, because you know, you have the assistance of the permanent, I'm not sure what you even call it, fibres, that's it, the permanent fibres there, so that if you haven't had a lot of grass grown or you haven't been able to cut too much, that is still there. And that's the one that goes back in, and I would love to know if that's on purpose. I'm going to have to ask Georgina Dempsey after the game, is she looking to bowl that in-swinger, because it was very sharp movement into the right-hander, and we've seen her mostly swing the ball away.
It was almost an off-cutter rather than swing, just perhaps rolling her hand, fingers over the ball.
Played late and into the gap, but not with any real conviction. Fumble in the deep. Sarah Forbes just couldn't get her hands around that one, but finally gets it in.
It didn't cost any more, partly because Marianne Masonda had slipped at the end. Again, the recent rain, well, everything's turned nice shades of green.
Yeah, a good way to see the positive side of all the rain we've been having. And another wide. Not looking herself. Georgina Dempsey does bowl a lot from the shoulder. Not a huge amount of front arm being used, so as she gets more tired, it becomes more difficult for her, because she doesn't have that repeatable action that you'd see from maybe a Laura Delaney, for example. good comeback. And another good action we'll be seeing later on. Alice Tector, very repeatable action. She's someone who could bowl off a couple of steps and you pretty much get the same result as off her full run-up. Sinead Thompson as well at mid-on. Two players who were showing their skills at the underage interprovincials that took place in the last couple of weeks. Brilliant that they're playing at that level and helping to bring up the other players at their age group.
Sharp piece of fielding in the gully. Well, when it comes to the professionals, the imports, I don't know what the correct term for them is, professionals, overseas players. It's certainly a boon to the competition to have them here. They're showing the standard that's expected, and the other players can see that. But would you consider batting, say, for instance, Mariam Masunda? She's been absolutely fabulous with the bat for the Scorchers this year. Would you consider dropping her further down the order, splitting herself and Gabby apart so that each of them sort of partner other people through the innings?
It's an interesting one. 8 overs gone, Scorchers 29 for 1. I suppose it depends on what you're trying to get from the competition. I think at underage level that's what we would do. You know, you try, especially against the teams you're expecting to beat, to give more people an opportunity, and you kind of go experience with inexperience. But this is the top level, so what they're saying is whatever you think is going to win you the game, that's what you do. And that's what I would have said to the girls when I was coaching Leinster last week when it got to the final. I said, you know, you have to share it around. Up until then, we'd 2 teams from Leinster, so 26 players. And so necessarily, you know, you're bringing in 14-year-olds, say, at the under 15 level and so on. But on the final, bowl your best bowlers, bat your best batters in the order that you think they should be. And try and give it over to the captains as far as possible. And, you know, Alice Tector would have been one of those captains and successful for the under 15 team, and actually she was in the winning team for the 17s as well. But they make mistakes then, and things like bowling friends or people you know because they play on your team, that comes into place. So it's a big learning curve for them. I think that's probably the rightful place for that, and as that grows, the competition grows, which it already is. A hoik to the leg side from Masunda, not where she was planning on hitting it, but she was good enough to follow through, got the bottom hand involved, and sends that over the mid-wicket fielder and for a boundary.
Canning has bowled very well so far, but on this occasion the length was there that Masunda could get across it and underneath it and lift it out there to the mid-wicket boundary. It's her 3rd boundary so far.
So in answer to your question, I think no. If they think this is their best lineup, and I think they kind of have changed around, haven't they? They've put Christina Coulter-Riley opening the batting to just maybe protect Masunda a little bit. But no, you go with your best lineup, unless maybe it's an easy chase or something like that. You think that you're going to win, so throw someone up to give them experience. Beautifully timed, straight down the ground, no chance for Sargent at mid-on. Lent on it, didn't try and overhit it, and Masunda goes 2 boundaries and 3 balls.
Well, she seems to have the Canning's number now, and she's playing these straight shots so well down the ground. She's obviously decided that she's happy enough with the wicket and the bounce, and she's starting to trust it.
Well, almost too consistent from Canning. It's something we've seen come into the game now, is that you can't just keep on putting it on the spot against a top level player. Possibly change-ups are the way to go. She needs to just keep Masunda guessing, and even trust herself not to bowl it to fine leg. Maybe take the fine leg out and have an extra fielder in mid-off.
Well, mid-on has gone back to long on, and Lou Little has come in from the offside boundary.
They're just having a conversation as well about the placement of that fielder on the square leg boundary. They're going to move her in front. Fielders on the leg side now are 45 and square leg in the ring. There's a mid-wicket on the ring as well, and now fielder in the deep. I think that's a good move. She hasn't bowled anything short that should easily be hit to square leg, so the danger is that mid-wicket region, the pick-up shot. And of course, as soon as we talk about it, forces it down leg side. Sinead Thompson does well though, chases it down and keeps it to 2 wides.
Well, how often it is you make a change in the field and then the next ball does exactly what you don't want it to.
Wherever your attention is where your intention goes, right? She was worried about that square leg not being out. She was thinking about it and then bowled right into that arc. Has to force herself to refocus, think about where her fielders are, not where they're not. Much better. Fuller. Side off. Bit of a tempting delivery, that one.
Well, she was pulling Masunda into the shot. Wasn't quite there for her. 40 on the board now. Canning just coming to the end of her 5th over. And this has been certainly the most expensive of the lot so far. There's 2 boundaries, 3 wides. The booming tones. Willie Clark call over. With 9 down, the score has moved on to 40 for 1. Well, Canning, she's now 5 overs, 0 for 21. Well, she was 4 overs for 10 and 3 overs for 1. So you can see runs are starting to come from her bowling. She's bowled 5 now. Well, change of bowling now from the St John's end.
Now Lulu Little comes on, one over left in the power play. This is a good move. It was a very tired looking 4th over from Georgina Dempsey, and she was good, she was really good, but we saw a few ugly deliveries in that spell. Short from Lulu Little and no protection, so the first delivery in the game goes for 4.
Oh, that's not going to be quite the way Lou Little wanted to start, but Lewis was onto that very quickly.
On the field now, there is a slip still in. I expect we might see her come out before long because Little does tend to shape the ball into the right-hander. 4 in on the offside third and fine leg out. Now full toss, and wasn't expecting that one, Gabby Lewis. Just managed to get something on it and send it for a single. Wry smile from her.
Well, it wasn't the ball that Louise Little wanted to deliver. As a result, she's gone back and remarked her run-up.
Does look like she's just struggling to get to the crease, doesn't it? Right at the end, it looks like she's been running uphill. Sign that she might have measured it too long. Much better approach. Similar delivery, not quite as short. Freya Sargent has moved into a square leg there. So plenty of space in the fine leg region.
A number of these players on show today would have been playing last night in the Leinster Senior Cup semi-finals. Both of us are happy with the results there. Marion and Pembroke will meet in the final.
Yeah, it's always a brilliant day, isn't it? Cup finals day. And whoever wins that goes on to the All-Ireland Cup T20 final, which happens at the end of August. So a big carrot there. Pembroke and Marion, 2 of the powerhouses in the women's game, have been for a long time. Plenty of internationals, particularly on Pembroke's side these days. Finally getting it a little bit fuller. Confusion, chance, and gone. Marianne Masonda, what were you thinking? Oh my goodness. She'll be kicking herself, Marianne Masonda. Looking so good, 21 from 26. It wasn't a perfect throw from Ava Canning in mid-wicket, but Lulu Little did well collected and took the bails, and it was an easy decision from Paul Reynolds in the end. A really valuable piece of fielding that from the Typhoons, and the dangerous Masonda goes for 21. Scorchers 46 for 2.
Well, it was an innings that lasted half an hour. She faced 26 balls and she showed certainly glimpses of the class that she undoubtedly has, but she got too far down the wicket. You see here, it comes off the inside of the bat and Masonda heads off straight away. Canning doing exactly the right thing, and the Typhoons will be delighted to see the back of Masonda.
Well, that's a bonus wicket. When you're in the field and you get a run out like that, you just think, we didn't have to work that hard for that. You know, as a bowler, if you've worked really hard at a plan and it finally comes off, you've worked hard for it, but a run out is bonus. Shun Woods now, 2 YMCA players out in the middle together. They'll know each other very well. Gabby Lewis is somewhat of an idol to Shun Woods. And those of you who followed the Irish under-19 team at the World Cup in South Africa earlier this year will be well aware of the personality of Shun Woods. Took over the captaincy from Amy Hunter and was very entertaining in all of her interviews. A favourite in the commentary box, and everyone was very excited to interview her at the end of games and indeed at the toss. 2 fielders out in the leg side now. We talked about the catcher coming out. They've done that. So a successful over, if a little expensive, from Lulu Little. 7 from it, but the wicket of Masonda coming from that run out. Power play, the first power play is done, and the Scorchers 47 for 2. The batting so far, we've seen Coulter Riley and Masonda go. Coulter Riley never really got in, edged early on after 10 balls. Good catch from Mary Waldron, one of the best balls that Dempsey bowled in her spell, and then just now we saw the run out. Canning had the awareness. The throw was close enough, and Lulu Little did well to take the bails and see the back of the dangerous Zimbabwean. Shun Woods now joins her clubmate and Scorchers teammate Gabby Lewis.
Well, the Typhoons will be happy. Again, Canning there, 21 runs from her 5 overs, but most of those came in the last 2 overs. And Dempsey, the 1 wicket to have fallen to a bowler, and 1 for 18 from her 4. But now we'll see Laura Delaney from the nursery end. She'll be bowling to Gabby Lewis.
This is when, as a captain for Rebecca Stokel, you take a breath, because Laura Delaney's so experienced. Used to being captain, she'll marshal the troops for her own overs, so Stokel can take a little bit of a back seat. Luxury when you're the captain, when you can hand over to the bowler. Straight on the money.
Well, between bowler and wicketkeeper, I say wicketkeeper, there are times Mary Waldron comes more across as a field marshal than a wicketkeeper. She certainly keeps an eye on the field and stops people straying.
Tell you more about that in a minute. Good awareness from Atkinson in mid-wicket. Read that really well off the bat. When I was captain of the Irish team and Mary Waldron was the wicket-keeper, we used to sometimes get into tiffs when I would look up and the field was changed. And I had put the person in exactly the place that I wanted, and suddenly they were moved. So I'm not sure she does that anymore.
Her attention to detail is something else, though. You notice it when she's umpiring or batting or in the field. She's always looking around and counting the number of fielders, or I think she's counting them. She may just be pointing at them.
Yeah, it's a strange one, because you usually get people to point at the gaps. So you point at the gaps, so that's where you hit it. So she has to point at the fielders. It feels like every delivery when you're in the fielding team, because it's very, very frustrating. Standing there as she counts them all.
Well, Laura Delaney, I have to say, a touch of the Ron seal about this, in that she does exactly what it says on the tin. She's come on and she's put the ball on the spot for the first 4 deliveries.
Too short. There is protection in the deep, but she splits the fielder as well. Gabby Lewis onto that like a shot. And there was no chance for the two fielders out there to cut that one off.
I shall apologise to Laura later for the commentator's curse on her bowling. But that was a super shot. Lewis so quick onto that, quick hands, and almost perfectly bisecting the two fielders out there on the leg side boundary. 4 more into the total. It brings 50 up for the Scorchers. They have lost 2 wickets, but here we are in the 11th over. 51 for 2 off 10.5 as Laura Delaney looks to finish out her first over from the nursery end.
Strong shot, but well cut off by Rebecca Stokel. So other than that 4, a good over from Delaney, 11 done. Scorchers 51 for 2.
Well, a number of players on show here today who will be featuring against the Australians next week in that massive series out in Clontarf. Starts on Sunday. Although tickets are still available for the 3 games, I think.
Sunday sold out, I believe.
Excellent.
It sold out well in advance. I've had various people looking for tickets. I have none, so can everyone stop approaching me?
Make that declaration now.
Yeah. Anyone who's listening, don't come to me. But there are still tickets, I believe, available for the other 2 games. More on that later. We'll get that confirmation through to you when we get it. But really exciting prospect for the Irish players and, in fact, the spectators to see the best team in the world. Although they were held 8-all in the recent Ashes that was finished yesterday.
Yes, it seems to be. Although they retain the Ashes, they would have rather have won them again. But they lost the ODI series and the T20 series.
Yeah, it just shows how important that test match was, doesn't it? Because 6 points on offer there meant that it was almost certain that the Australians were going to retain 4 points, excuse me, that Australia were going to retain the Ashes. They won 1 T20 and 1 ODI. Just not quite getting the line here, Louise Little. She does have the protection to bowl at the stumps, square leg and fine leg out in the boundary. Of course, they are allowed 4 outside. So 3rd is out. Cover was out for Gabby Lewis. They bring that fielder up for Shun Woods, which I think is a good move. She does get it right. They don't want Shun Woods to get an easy single on the offside.
Well, certainly plenty of swing there for Little. Started well outside off, ended up outside leg. Paul Reynolds recognising that fact, signalling the wide. And one of the things about this Typhoons performance so far is the number of extras. That's a much better delivery. Just play back down the pitch. But yes, between the wides and the no balls, I think there's been just a couple of byes, leg and otherwise. But certainly we're up to double figures in wides, and that's something that, well, each of the bowlers themselves are going to have to work on.
It's something you don't see at the top of the game, and actually it was something I noticed last night in our cup game. Obviously not playing at the same level as this, but our bowlers bowling against Amy Hunter and Bella Armstrong, just a couple of wides from one bowler, and 4 of the bowlers didn't bowl 1 extra. That's quite something in club cricket, so that was a big tick for us last night.
Again, she's almost getting too much movement. This one double bouncing and getting past Waldron, runs away to the boundary.
I should be disappointed with that, Mary Waldron. It was a loose delivery, but it wasn't a huge wide, and she does play club cricket with Lulu Little, so she's used to keeping to her. I think the late movement is what did for Mary, because you could see she moved very late to collect that.
There is running down towards the scorers.
Somehow managed to edge that one, even though it was on leg stump. Talented shot there from Shun Woods.
So there's still one ball to go in this over. That finishes the 12th over, 60 for 2 on the board. But again, 5, 6 extras in that over from Little. Only 2 coming off the bat. That just goes to show. Demonstrate what I'm saying about the number of extras.
Well, it can be difficult as a batting team if there are a lot of extras to keep your concentration. So not a big surprise to me to see that there aren't many coming off the bat, because when she gets it in the right areas, it's looking quite difficult to face Lulu Little's bowling.
I suppose with those extras and wides, there's also the element of surprise.
Exactly. Well, it's real under 13 cricket. Wide and wide wicket, wide wicket, wide wicket often shows up on those scorecards. Remember, my sister was famous for it. She bowled leg spin at quite an early age, so there was it used to be quite loose at times, but once she landed it, bamboozled the opposition, including famously getting Kevin O'Brien out twice in a row in 3 deliveries. She got him out. He swapped ends. It was under 11s.
Oh.
Then the other batter got a single, and then she got him out again. There were a few tantrums thrown at that stage.
Not by her, though.
No, she was pretty happy about it. Confusion. Alice Tector throws it to Laura Delaney, who collects, and that will be the end for Shun Woods. 2 run-outs in the top 4. And they're just trying to check who, in fact, is out. Checking with Paul Reynolds here. And it has to do with whether Gabby Lewis left her ground or not, and whether Shun Woods passed her before she made her ground again. Let's have a look. Gabby Lewis passed. Did she pass her in time? Shun Woods got her bat back in.
They're both in there.
I think it's going to be Gabby Lewis.
I think Lewis is the one who's gone.
No, that will be Shun Woods, because by the time the stumps are taken, Woods had left her ground. Have a look here.
Safe there. Safe. Left.
And Woods gets out now. She does a good job there.
Just got out. Well, Laura Delaney pointing at Gabby Lewis and saying, we'll have that one, please. But, of course, it doesn't come down to personal choice. And Willie Clark, the umpire, has sent Gabby Lewis on.
He's sent Gabby Lewis out. So, a very difficult one to judge on the field. I will say that it took us a couple of looks, Craig Senior,
yes,
to come to terms with what we thought was the right decision, and we did think that Gabby Lewis was the one out on first look. Here it is. Lewis looks to run past Woods. She gets her bat in, then walks away. Then Shun Woods goes past her.
It's photo finish stuff, isn't it, really?
It's close. In slow motion watching it there, it's pretty easy to tell, but I would say in the moment it was very, very difficult.
Well, the 2 umpires heading off to the scorers, or to the 3rd umpire now. As well.
Well, it's going to be a drinks break. So with that, we will take a break. Also, join us again for more live action in Pembroke Cricket Club in just a few minutes. Welcome back to Pembroke. We just had a drinks break, but just before it, there was a huge moment in the game. Gabby Lewis run out by Alice Tector. Delaney collected. There was a fumble, but she collected and took the bails at the bowler's end, and it was adjudged that it was Lewis who was out and not Siún Woods, who survives here and will face the next delivery. We reckon, after watching it about 5 times on slow motion, that we think it was Siún Woods, but Annabelle Squires comes out to the middle in place of Gabby Lewis instead. It was very, very tight, very difficult to tell who it was that was run out, but it was Lewis who was given out on field. So 2 youngsters out in the middle. Siún Woods, vice captain and stand-in captain through injury to Amy Hunter of the Irish Under-19s, and the star with the bat of that competition, Annabelle Squires, who scored the solitary half-century for Ireland in that T20 competition. A real one for the future. Question asked and gone. It's a horror show for the Scorchers in this innings. 2 run-outs and now caught behind for Woods on 7. They lose their 4th wicket and the Typhoons well on top.
Well, that one just took a fine edge. And Woods is on her way. Second catch for Waldron. Delaney's accuracy paying off on this occasion. Just to get that one, just to take the edge of the bat, flew through to the keeper. You'll see it again here.
Natural variation from Laura Delaney. Down the side of that ball, gets it to hold its line. Woods didn't do a whole lot wrong. Didn't quite cover the ball and edged through to Waldron, who was good enough to take the catch. So Woods goes for 1. And it's going to be Lara Moritz coming out at number 6, the Balbriggan batter.
Well, 2 caught behinds and 2 run-outs, but this is the latest one to fall.
She loves getting wickets, doesn't she, Laura Delaney? I mean, everyone does, but in one way I feel like she likes it even more than most.
There's some bowlers, you know, who come off and talk about their economy rates or whatever else, and other bowlers it's just wickets. And I must admit, I was the same myself. I'd rather take 5 for 300 than 1 for none.
I was someone who didn't look at the scorebook. It was about how I felt I bowled. So sometimes you can get edged for 5 fours, and sometimes you bowl horribly and they just hit the ball in the air to your fielders. So I was more concerned about how I felt I performed than the figures that were in the scorebook, because it generally evens out at the end of the season. So Lara Moritz, what can she do?
Coming off the outside edge of the bat. Well, 2 wickets falling in this over, and it's made a big change to this game now.
Just shows how costly run-outs are, doesn't it? They're 2 big bat players. Both Gabby Lewis and Marianne Masonda run out. Criminal. Not from really sharp pieces of fielding, just from poor communication, poor decision making. And you sometimes don't mind if you take a quick single and someone does something absolutely brilliant, but miscommunications are heartbreaking for a batting team. So 13 overs gone, 2 wickets in the over for Delaney. Double wicket maiden. How often do you see that at the top level? Very rarely. Just gone for the 1 boundary in her 2 overs so far. 13 overs gone, and the Scorchers are 60 for 4.
Well, best over of the day for the Typhoons, certainly. Those 2 wickets to fall, 1 to that run out, which saw the end of Gabby Lewis. And then the one that just tickled through, allowing Waldron to take her 2nd catch of the day. Had a bit of an up and down day so far as Mary Waldron. Should be pleased with the 2 catches. Not quite as pleased with the ones that have managed to get past her. Now little to continue from the St John's end.
A wild delivery to start out. Georgina Dempsey and Lulu Little have made it look slightly like they're running into a headwind this game so far. It's looked like a bit of a struggle to get to the crease for the 2 quicks.
Which is strange, because the quicks do generally prefer the St John's end in Sydney Parade.
Now a full toss, and a terrible bounce off the mat means it goes past Stokel, but protection in the deep. Didn't get much of that one. Did Annabelle Squires. Usually a very strong area for her. And to any full deliveries very quickly. Very good hockey player, so sweeps well, pulls well.
Scorchers will be looking to re-establish themselves. You can see on your screen that between them these two bats have only faced 3 balls so far. Still plenty of time to go in this innings.
Lara Moritz is an interesting one because she's got 26 international caps to her name, but hasn't featured in a number of years. Still playing at Super Series level, very much known for her bowling, and can finish in innings really well, but wouldn't be used to this kind of situation. And if she is trying to get back into the good graces and back into the top level of cricket, she could do very well to score a big one here. Well left by Moritz as that one just nipped away a little bit.
Yes, I suppose one person's low score is another person's opportunity. You'd never wish such dismissals on your colleagues, but it does give Laura the chance to show the island coach as well as her own Scorchers coach that she can bat at 6.
Yeah, and just that she's going to apply herself as well. So how she frames it in her own mind, coming out at 6 at 62 for 4, or 60 for 4 as it was when she arrived at the crease. She can frame it as, look, I'm going to bat for as long as I can, try and get my team up to some kind of defendable total. Going to really grit it out. And it could count for a lot, especially as Gabby Lewis is the captain of her team. So her opinion means a lot. Full and wide down leg side. Other bowlers will be looking forward to seeing Freya Sargent's off spin, Sinead Thompson left arm seam, Alice Tector right arm seam, and I think the sooner the better for Tector in particular, as she's swings the ball away very nicely. So she will want to have as new a ball to bowl with as possible.
Well, the one good thing for her is that this ball hasn't exactly been hit to all corners. It should still be in good nick at this stage, and coming to the end of the 14th over.
2 balls, of course, so just the 7 overs for each one. Much better. Bowled that one into the pitch properly. Louise Little. The end of a decent over from Little, her 3rd one. She goes for 18 so far, and after 14 overs the Scorchers 63 for 4.
It'll be interesting to see how Rebecca Stokel does shuffle her pack. Sticking with Laura Delaney at the moment, and why not? 2 wickets falling in her last over. No runs conceded, but as you say, there's plenty of bowling options there. They really would like to press home their advantage now. They've done so well reducing the Scorchers to 63 for 4, but just as importantly, Captain Gabby Lewis and Marianne Masunda back in the changing rooms. Typhoons will be really looking forward to pressing home this advantage.
Hasn't played a lot of 50 over cricket, Annabelle Squires. Just coming into the Super Series in the top order this season. Our longer form of the game in Leinster cricket, unfortunately, just struggling a little bit at the moment with the internationals away, ground pressure, and some of the games being on maybe when exams are on, people on holidays. So hasn't played a lot of high level 50 over cricket. I think she started playing men's cricket to get more experience, which is great to see. pulled away. Too short from Delaney, and that's an area you can't bowl to Annabelle Squires. Pounces on anything in that area. Just the one. Looks like Alice Tector's warming up in point. We may see her next over.
Either that or she's dropping some not so subtle hints to her captain. She's ready.
Well, directed down leg side, and Lara Moritz was a little bit too eager to pounce on that one. Threw the shot incredibly early and got hit on the back.
Well, that's when you know you certainly have got there ahead of the ball. Willie Clark just having a word, I think, possibly about where the runs are being taken down the wicket.
There's a danger here for these two, that they will just allow Laura Delaney to bowl at them, which I have to say, having faced her plenty of times over the years, is easy to do. Those subtle variations make it hard to line her up. She does bowl so consistently usually, apart from when you put the commentator's curse on her, of course, Craig. I take on Canning at mid-off, and she is very quick, Lara Moritz, home very easily. Good single taken to close out the 15th over. And after 15, the Scorchers are 65 for 4.
Well, this is how the Scorchers have gone so far. Here we are in only 15 overs gone. One of the things to note there are, well, the wickets that have fallen. Nobody really getting going. Masunda and Lewis, they had the potential, but they're back in the hutch now. Both run out, and that's most unfortunate for the Scorchers. But the other thing to note there, 17 wides to date and 20 extras out of a total of 65. So it shows just where the majority of the runs are coming.
Alice Tector now. There's that swing. Such good seam position from the youngster. Very tall as well. And I would say through this season has learned to bowl down into the pitch a lot better. It was probably a little bit floaty when we saw her early on in the T20s in particular. Just getting used to her height. She's now bowling into the pitch. A bit too short there, but straight to Delaney at mid-off.
Yes, she was bowling last night in the Leinster Senior Cup semi-final. Bowled well there. Bowled well. In a losing course for YMCA, unfortunately for her. But again, another chance to demonstrate her talent.
Too short again, and that's two opportunities that Lara Moritz has had to score relatively easy boundaries. She could have picked a spot. And just as I talk about Tector bowling into the pitch, she's bowling far too much into the pitch. You have to find the right length on this deck. That's better, much better.
Beautiful delivery on this occasion, as you say. Didn't so much bowl that one into the pitch, but pitched it up a bit further. Brought the drive from the bat. And then it flew through to the keeper without touch. You said earlier on, even before she came on to bowl, that she had a nice repeatable action, and she's demonstrating that now.
Well, I'd be very surprised to see her next season not opening the bowling, if I'm honest, because she's an absolutely classical opening bowler. Bowls a channel outside off. You'd like to see her with the new ball, perhaps when she sorts her run up out a little bit over the winter period. It's a bit stop-starty. Head into the offside calls of 2, but Lulu Little does well in the deep, keeps it to 1. So good opening over from Alice Tector, goes for just 1. 16 overs gone, Scorchers 66 for 4.
That That's something the Scorchers have to be very aware of now. These two rebuilding came together just a couple of overs ago, but with 4 wickets down, just 16 overs gone, there's still 34 remaining. So these two are going to have to remember that they've got so much time to bat and make the most of it, make the most of their time in the middle, and hopefully get the Scorchers up to a score that they'll feel they can defend.
Such a great learning opportunity for both batters, learning how to put together an innings, how to tough it out early on, then to start working the ball around and looking to put away those bad balls that Moritz missed out on last over. Delaney continues, and it took some control from Moritz there not to follow through at the shot. That's a favourite area of hers. When she was first coming in at the Irish team, she would tend to come in with 2 or 3 deliveries left and try and send it into the sight screen, and she did it on a number of occasions, but now is not the time. Well worked. Cover is out for Moritz. She comes in for Annabelle Squires though. Fine leg goes out, square leg out. So they're aware of the strengths of both players.
Well, I suppose this is one of the things about the size of the playing pool in Ireland, is that it's very rare to see a player come in and be a revelation to everybody around them. They play each other so often, whether it be in this Evoke Super Series or with their club or even international training sessions, so they get to know each other quite well. But Laura Moritz, she's showing her experience here. She's only on 3 and it's taking her 18 balls, but there is no particular rush.
Yeah, well, Annabelle Squires used to playing T20. Probably not going to be as patient, unfortunately. It's a big learning curve for her in particular. They wouldn't know each other very well, these two. Lara Moritz and Annabelle Squires don't come up against each other in club cricket because Moritz plays for Balbriggan. They're in Division 2. Squires in Marion, who are in Division 1. Short and pulled. Pretty much guarantee that if it's in any way short, that Squires will pounce on the opportunity to send it to the leg side.
Turning around on those ones quite quickly. But another fine over from Delaney as she comes to the end of her 4th over. 1 for 8. Should certainly have given her skipper exactly what she wanted.
Well, she got the wicket of Woods caught behind, but it's also the pressure she applied probably forced that run out of Gabby Lewis. Finishes 4 overs for Delaney, 1 for 8 for her, 17 gone, and the Scorchers 68 for 4.
Well, in the last 6 overs, just 8 runs added to the total, but no further wickets, so these two doing exactly the job they wanted to. Exactly the job the captain would have wanted them to, which is to slowly but surely put a partnership together again. Run rate of only 4 and over now, but with 33 overs to go, there's still plenty of time to make alterations all over the place there.
Alice Tector continues. Not much foot movement from Annabelle Squires, but it's an occasion that looked like it was going to go down leg side. Not the traditional player, Annabelle Squires. She's kind of a player that finds a way. Very good hand-eye coordination. Excellent athlete, very quick up and down the wicket. The whole family plays cricket. Her mum Kira taking it up this year, first time for her. And the whole family down to watch her when she was in a Division 4 game and retired. First run scored that game, first 4 scored, and first retirement. So a great day for the family. Hands nicely through the ball, but good movement by Laura Delaney in mid-off. Two brothers, one older, one younger for Annabelle Squires, and her dad also played, and her granddad. So you'll often see them all walking around the ground. I think I've spotted at least one grandparent watching avidly on. They will follow Annabelle with great interest. The problem for Squires now is that she's able to hit it, but she's not able to find a gap. So can she manoeuvre it? Can she find a way? Maybe come out of her crease a little bit, protect her off her length. Just 15 years old, Alice Tector. Put a little bit more pressure on her, see what she does in response.
Well, that's what these games are about as well, is seeing how players react to the pressure, react to, as a bowler, when you get hit for a couple of boundaries, how do you deal with that? Or as a bat, you have a couple that beat the edge, and how do you change? What do you need to change? What do you need to work on? And it should expose and show those things.
Edged, gone. She stuck at it, Alice Tector, stuck at a line and length. That was probably the best of them. Cover went out. The carrot was there for Annabelle Squires to try and take the single, and unfortunately for the Scorchers, they lose their fifth. Annabelle Squires goes for 3, and the Scorchers 68 for 5.
Well, I think we've been talking about building partnerships and keeping things together, but then this shot here, Alice Tector's put the ball in just the right position. Bit of away movement, lack of foot movement, and all she could do was edge it, and Mary Waldron picks up her third catch of the innings. That's a big difference. 18 overs gone, and 68 for 5. Well, that was a super over by Tector, and she got a reward. And the new bat, Emmy McGee, coming out at number 7. Certainly the Scorchers wouldn't have wanted to be 5 down after just 18 overs.
I'm sure when they won the toss and elected to bat, this was not where they saw things being after 17 overs. The Typhoons, however, said had they won the toss, they would have bowled, and it would have shown that they had made the right choice if they had in fact won it. So I think Laura Delaney will continue now, but perhaps 1, maybe 2 more overs from her before we see the likes of Freya Sargent or Sinead Thompson. Alice Tector 1 for 1 from 2 overs. She'll presumably continue to be bowled from the St. John's end. Ellie McGee, captain of one of the Leinster under-17 sides that was up in Campbell College a couple of weeks ago. Not the team that won, but a really good learning experience for her being captain. Not something that she would do a lot of at that level.
Quite a sensible decision by the powers that be that Leinster take 2 teams to that tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, we were talking about starting Interpros separately as unions, and then Cricket Ireland came into things, and we were very happy to have 2 teams. It allows us to get 26 players at each age group. It exposes a lot more players to that step up. And for me, having gone on tours when I was 14, 15 years old, that's where your real love of the game comes. You don't remember really what happened on the field, but you remember the friendships that you made. Worked into the leg side. Ellie McGee, not sure there, but good calling, good clear calling from Lara Moritz, and she'll come back for a second. A sloppy piece of backing up from Ava Canning.
Well, extra run from the misfield, from the overthrow.
A valuable run when you look at the figures of Delaney, just 11 from 4.5 overs, so they'll take them any way they can get them off her at the moment. Well,
that's good play from McGee. She knows she's new to the crease. Must know there's plenty of time for her. Keep out the good balls. Good to see the yellow flowers coming out on the bushes now.
Presumably they weren't coming out in the air. And good backing up by Tector there. For all money, you would probably think that Lulu Little would collect that with ease, but Tector doing the hard yards, backed her up, prevents a single.
See Little thanking her for covering up her mistake, not costing any more. Yes, the flowers blooming on the bushes now. I was informed, reliably informed the other day, that's St John's wort. And that's as much as I know. That's the limit of my horticultural. But to me it was ironic that the St John's wort is at the opposite end to the St John's end.
I was thinking just the same. 19 overs gone. The Scorchers in a spotted bother. 71 for 5. It's not a scorching hot day down here in Pembroke, but it always is warm on the right hand side of your screen down by the wall. You can see a few jumpers off, people thinking they're going to get a tan. So if you're in the area, if you want to find the warmest spot in Sandymount, then I wager that it's the wall in Pembroke Cricket Club, and some good cricket on show as well.
Well, it looked like in that previous shot there were some threatening clouds, but they won't come anywhere near Sydney Parade today.
Good tempting, and I'd love to see a slip go in for Alice Tector, because though she is very young, you'd rarely see her bowl one down leg side. Interesting for me that she's the youngest in her family and she's the only bowler out of them. Very, very common, that one, that the youngest has to bowl. Always the last to bat.
Yeah.
When you're the youngest in a big family. In the air, slashed away. No real chance in point, but an ugly shot from Lara Moritz. She's just growing into her innings though, Moritz, and if she can get Annie McGee to stay with her, she's just got to do it in tens. 10 runs and 10 overs. Don't think too far ahead.
Texas doing a fabulous job for the Typhoons here. Very economical. And I see what you mean about her run up, I suppose. That one was the smoothest I've seen for a while, and it was reflected in the quality of the delivery as well. Then it makes such a difference. Number of bowlers, certainly I see at the level of cricket I'm involved at, the number of bowlers who stutter on the last 3 steps as they realise their front foot isn't going to be anywhere near the line.
Well, they just put that fielder in, Georgia Atkinson in gully, but she can't collect that one. It'll be a single. Yeah, it's one of the things you find with boys and girls as they grow, both in height and in strength, that their run-up needs to change every 6 months, especially for a tall bowler like Alice Tector. So I'm not too worried about her run-up at the moment, because she's going to get stronger, she's going to get faster, and she's probably even going to get taller. So we'll wait until that maybe slows down before worrying too much about the run-up. And for me, it's the last step. She tends to jump up rather than through. I reckon she'll put on a good bit of pace when she can figure that out. But there's lots of time for Tector, just 15 years old. So for the moment, especially in season, you don't want to worry too much about those kinds of things, because it can really mess you up in season. That's the kind of work you do in the off season. Well, great over again from Tector, 3 runs from it, and that's the end of 20 overs, and Scorchers 74 for 5.
Well, as we approach the halfway stage in the number of overs anyway, we've already reached the halfway stage in the number of wickets, but these two now, well, they're starting to slowly but surely look again to score runs. That's a shot and a half, isn't it? How did Gabby get a leg up there like that?
Well, she's having a chat with Ireland Physio Catherine, that is. There's Paul Davish, the Typhoons coach on the right of screen, and that's Kathy Collin, another physio, or an S&C coach in the middle of your screen. Does some of the gym work. Some of the girls, I think, from the Dragons down doing their gym programme today. Well, a rare wild delivery from Laura Delaney, and Lara Moritz pounces on it, swivels, gets the timing right this time and sends it over the fielder's head. A welcome boundary for the Scorchers.
Well, the first one we've seen in a while. See Laura Delaney on this occasion just erring slightly in length. That enabled the ball to be lifted out on the leg side, where it ran across the fence, or across the rope, and brought a very welcome boundary. Lovely straight bat there. Well, she's certainly batting very well and very sensibly so far. Even in keeping out the good ball, you can see that she's trying to push through the line of the ball, not just stop it dead. Nice straight bat coming down.
Something you notice from Laura Delaney and Ava Canning at the start to a degree of the innings, they're willing to be boring, and that they just put it on the spot, bowl the same ball over and over again. We didn't really see that from Louise Little or Georgina Dempsey. It is something that you see from bowlers who move the ball into the right-hander, I suppose, a little bit more, because it's all about being consistent on the stumps. So that might come into it, and obviously Louise Little coming back from injury still, so hasn't got the number of overs under her belt. Georgina Dempsey as well doing her leaving cert, so maybe that's come into it. Hasn't got as much cricket as some of the others that are on show today. But this kind of consistency will be what the Super Series bowlers and the Irish bowlers as a whole will be looking to emulate. Their captain, of course, but probably the most consistent bowler in the team.
Well, so often you can spend as much time as you want bowling in the nets. Similar to batting, you just can't beat being out in the middle. And the more you bowl, the easier it is to find your groove.
Indeed, 21 gone now, and Scorchers 79 for 5. It's no surprise really that this is the period in the summer where bowlers are fielding their best, where they're bowling most consistently, because especially for the younger players, they will have played a huge amount of cricket in the last few weeks. They've been the under 15 inch pros, the under 17 inch pros. They've got their youth cricket matches they're trying to squeeze in after exams are finished, and then some of them will play for multiple women's teams as well. So they're playing every day, sometimes a couple of times a day. We were rushing down last Thursday from the under 15 inch pros to play some Division 1 cricket, myself and a few of the girls on the bus as well. Lara Moritz puts her hand to her head. Why was I playing that? She didn't even play it with any kind of conviction, just hung the bat out, asking to edge it.
Well, that's exactly what she did. The footwork wasn't there. As a result, the only thing that could get near the ball was the bat, and the bat by itself.
Little flick of the back foot from Moritz. Fuller and straighter, so manages to get into the covers for a single. McGee 3 from 9. Looks like she is content to be patient. Coach Claire Blanche, perhaps on the sideline, said, "Look, I don't mind how many you score, I just want you to be out there for a long time." Gully goes back into place for McGee. Well, it didn't get through the field, but that shot will give McGee some confidence. Played it nice and late. She does tend to hit the ball in the air a little bit. If there's one main flaw in her game, it is that. So good signs for her that she managed to play that one under the eyes.
You wouldn't be surprised to be told this was the first over of the game. Alice Tector certainly bowling like an opener. And now Moritz and McGee playing as if they are opening. They just want to see off Tector, who's been very successful so far.
Big edge, that not to the fielder. Got into that gap between gully and point. Well, you talk about an opening bowler. It's very much an opening bowler's field. And they changed it a little bit for Moritz. They're opting to go 6-3 for her, but for McGee there was no mid-on in place, and that's real classical away swingers opening field. They could perhaps be a bit more attacking and take cover out and have another catcher, but that's unusual for this stage of the game. Fantastic. Brilliant bowling from the youngster. 1 for 6 for her so far. 4 overs. And Scorchers are 81 for 5 after 22.
Well, the Scorchers won't be worried about that run rate of 3.68 at the moment. What they're looking at is overs remaining 28 and wickets remaining 5. They want to certainly bat their overs.
Well, Delaney put in a good shift, but she's been taken off now. Rebecca Stokely having a chat with her young off-spinner, Freya Sargent. She'll be the 6th bowler used so far. There we go, Delaney 1 for 16 from her 6, just 2.67. And only Tector has a better run per over rate of 1.5. So off-spinner Sargent. No turn on offer yet. Usually does get the ball to move in, but has quickened up her pace a lot. Tends to try and bowl stump to stump these days. Well, it's a good decision because Sinead Thompson is in 3rd and she's left-handed, so that went to her left hand, and you could be forgiven for thinking it was a single usually, but when the left-hander is in that position, you have to be careful. So at the moment, Ellie McGee showing that she's able to play the bowlers on show. She's able to keep her wicket. She can push through the shots, but she's not really shown that she can score yet, Craig. So it's just whether she can find a way through the field. Everyone up. They're putting huge pressure on her, the Typhoons. They put a slip in now. Just 4 fielders on the leg side, 45 deep mid-wicket, and mid-on in the ring, and then 4 inside the ring on the offside.
This is good from Stokely. She realises that the Typhoons are on top. Wants to keep it that way. So just the one person outside the ring at the moment. Really trying to build some pressure, cut off any singles. And this to me is a very positive move, bringing in the slip.
Cover goes out for the final delivery, but it's a dot. So a great start from Freya Sargent, a maiden to open up her spell. 23 gone, Scorchers 81 for 5.
Well, Rebecca Stokely, the second half of that over, became very positive, putting in the slip. Just one person outside the circle. But now back to Alice Tector at the St John's end. And it'll be interesting to see how many catches they put in here for Tector now.
So no surprise to see Alice Tector continuing from the St John's end. She's been excellent, great control of the ball, swing the ball away from the right-hander, allowing Rebecca Stokely to set quite an attacking field. There are 2 fielders out in the leg side, square leg and fine leg, and then 3rd on the boundary cover as well. They're attacking more so when Ellie McGee is on strike. Big shot, too short, and sent the full distance. Well, she didn't need to be asked twice, Lara Moritz. Missed out in a couple in Tector's first over when they were dropped short. Didn't miss out this time, and that's the first maximum of the day. And that'll put some smiles on the downcast Scorchers on the sideline.
Well, a super shot this. Tector just... Well... It was just short enough. Moritz was onto it very, very quickly. Clearing the fence, but not clearing the wall. 6 onto the total.
Straight back onto her line and length. Doesn't seem too worried by that, Alice Tector. In fact, that shot doubled the number of runs scored from her overs so far.
Well, she sort of had a buffer of goodwill, having bowled 4 overs for just 6 runs.
It's a phrase I haven't heard before, a buffer of goodwill. I'll have to note that one down.
I thought you were writing it down.
No. Yeah, hold on, here we go.
Other
Buffer
notes being,
of goodwill.
Other
There
notes
it
being
is.
taken. As Tector comes in now.
Slower delivery. Not sure she picked it up, Lara Moritz. She'll be frustrated with herself there because she tends to put the bad ball away, and they do need her to do that, the Scorchers, because they're bowling quite well, the Typhoons. Difficult to score off their good deliveries. Edged and gone. Another catch for Mary Waldron. Lara Moritz, frustrated with her stroke with the previous ball, lost her discipline, and she's lost her wicket. Well, Tector sent for 6. She set about her work again and took the wicket of Moritz. Advantage Tector in that battle. Moritz goes for 18, and the Scorchers in big trouble now. 87 for 6.
They certainly are in difficulty here now. 6 down, and this is why and how. Having hit beautiful 6 earlier in the over, this one just enough away movement, take the edge of the bat, and that gives Mary Waldron her 4th catch behind the stumps. So of the 6 wickets down, 2 run-outs and 4 catches for Mary Waldron.
Well, tell you what, Mary Waldron would be happy she's on the team with all these away swing bowlers, or at least with Laura Delaney. I don't think I can call her away swing, but Georgina Dempsey and Alice Tector. Plenty of opportunities for her behind the stumps. And now Jane Maguire, she's back into Super Series cricket, and she's back into bat with a huge task at hand. We'll see her early on in the Typhoons innings with the ball in hand, and so she'll want to make an impact here, give herself something to bowl at. She'll be hoping she takes a few edges. Away swing is what she's best known for. Freya Sargent now from the nursery end.
Ellie McGee, she'd very much been the junior partner. Oh, that's some vintage aeroplanes disappearing from left to right.
They're making a fierce racket.
Yes, I don't think planes of that era were too concerned about noise pollution. Freya Sargent continues. One gets the feeling that if they hadn't lost quite so many wickets, that sort of line would draw a scoring shot, but at the moment McGee content just to see it through to the keeper.
Yes, spot on. Sometimes you can go into your box a little bit too much. That was an occasion that seems to have been the way in the air, but not a good call, but the wrong end for Ava Canning. Big appeal, but I think that Jane Maguire managed to get home.
Well, looks safe to us on camera.
There's a case of I've hit the ball well, so I'm going to run. And in fact, as a fielder, those are the ones that you dream of getting. One bouncing straight into the hands. It didn't even need to bend down, Ava Canning.
It came up beautifully to be fielded, but the commitment to the run was there.
The wrong end chosen by Canning. It was the main error there, I think.
Well, she learned her lesson. This time went to Freya Sargent at the bowler's end, but they got home safely. And after 25 overs, the score now 89 for 6. Just 2 coming off that over. And I'm joined in the commentary box as Isabel takes a short break. Joined in the box by Heatley Tector. Good afternoon, Heatley.
And a very good afternoon to you, Craig. Enjoying this game of cricket, I am.
Well, it's a very easy one to enjoy. There's been plenty happening. As we were saying earlier, 6 wickets down now for the Scorchers.
Yeah, I thought the potentially the wicket of Moritz was a big wicket to get. Really good cricketer is Lara, and no doubt the Typhoons will be glad to see the back of her. Very dangerous player.
She became one of Aldrin's 4 catches behind the stumps. And I think that the major thing for this innings, as far as the Scorchers are concerned, were those 2 run-outs that ran out Gabby Lewis and Marianne Masunda, the 2 big bats on that side.
Yeah, and both, as they have done really all season, both for club and for the Scorchers in this case, have looked very threatening, and they both did this morning. We all know of Gabby's exploits, but Masandra has been such a huge addition to this Scorcher side, Craig, this year.
She certainly has brought a considerable weight of runs with her. International batsman, of course, international captain of Zimbabwe. And she is a fine player, and she's adapted very well and very quickly to Irish wickets. I remember her first game back in late April, I think it was, out in Malahide,
Yep.
where she would have experienced, shall we say, the damper side of Irish cricket. But she's adapted very well. However, the Typhoons will be delighted. 2 run-outs, dealing with those 2. And since then, well, one might almost say it's been the Mary Waldron show.
Well, no doubt Mary will be keen to impress with the gloves. Big series coming up.
Yes, indeed. One suspects she'll be in position for those 3 games against Australia.
Absolutely. Just feel a few spots of rain as we speak, Craig. Let's hope it's just a fleeting shower.
I think it's just the tail end of this cloud moving to one side. If it gets any worse, of course, we'll be diving backwards into the cover.
Yep. And so
Dempsey back on now at St John's End, and again Stokel doing very well in marshalling her resources.
yeah, I've been a huge fan of Dempsey ever since she came on the scene. Enormously athletic cricketer, wonderful boundary rider, and we all saw her skills against South Africa with the bat last year, if you remember.
Game held on the same ground.
Absolutely.
And another wide. This is one area that the Typhoons would like to tidy up on, I suspect. There's far too many extras. I'd say it's it could be close to a third of the score has been in extras. But that wide does bring up 90 for the Scorchers.
Yeah.
And although
we're not halfway through the innings yet, so I've no doubt the Typhoons will want to press home this strong advantage that they appear to have. As over is called, 25 overs gone. The Scorchers move on to 90 now for the loss of 6 wickets. My apologies. 26 overs gone. Apologies.
Well, you can see the cloud that's causing the downfall of water. There was slight rain, but luckily enough, most of that cloud, I suspect, is over the Liffey almost. It's a big one, and hopefully now a bit of a breeze will push it past us. The flags are suggesting any breeze is coming from left to right across your screen. Hopefully it will continue that way.
One of the things that struck me when I came into Pembroke this morning, Craig, was the greenness of the outfield. You know, with the rain that we've had really for the last couple of weeks, it was nice to see a number of cricket grounds with slightly scorched outfields, which is always a good sign, I suppose. But driving in here to the wonderful Pembroke Cricket Club, it's certainly turned a shade of green.
It certainly has. I think although cricketers themselves not too keen on rain, groundsmen are a different breed, and they do like a bit of natural water rather than spending hours with a hose pipe.
Absolutely.
But yeah, the place is looking well this year. Again, Dale McDonough doing fabulous work, not only for Pembroke, but on a number of grounds around Leinster.
Yeah, no better man.
Well, Freya Sargent it is. 4 balls bowled in this, her third over. Another economical bowler for the Typhoons. And having looked at the wicket at the toss and just before then, he wouldn't have seen any sort of major minefields or difficulties with what is one of Pembroke's 2 hybrid pitches. And yet, scoring runs seems to have been quite tricky out there today.
Just looking at Freya Sargent, she is such an impressive young cricketer. She has wonderful enthusiasm for the game, and bringing her enthusiasm up through the grades now.
That's the great thing about youth, isn't it? And in fact, the umpires have decided that there's too much water in the air at the moment, and they're taking the players off. And so we'll take a short rain break here now.
very warm welcome back to Pembroke Cricket Club. Good to get cricket in so quickly. Well done to the grounds team here under Dale McDonough. And so 27 overs have been bowled. The score is 91 for 6. Craig.
Well, good morning or good afternoon again. And we're back underway. Well, straight away the Scorchers moving the scoreboard on, rotating the strike. Well, it's been a fun morning so far. Plenty happening out in the middle.
Couple of run-outs, and it's really been the Mary Waldron show thus far.
It certainly has. 4 catches for Mary behind the 6 today.
Lovely shot for no run. Well fielded, well bowled, good cricket. I've mentioned delighted to see Jane Maguire back playing, Craig. Tremendous cricketer. She's been out for a while now with injury, and always good to see her back playing cricket again.
Nice bit of fielding. Leading by example, the captain, throwing herself down to her right, fielding that one. Well, Georgina Dempsey now. She's opened the bowling from the St John's end. Annie McGee facing. Well, that's a lovely shot. Just run down towards third. Just takes the single. Didn't try and overhit anything. That's quite sensible. I'm sure the coach of the Scorchers, Claire Terabunch, she's probably had a word with the bats during that rain break and explained exactly what's required, what's needed.
Oh. Another tremendous delivery from Dempsey there. Just creeping past the outside edge.
It managed to elicit a little gasp, I think, by Mary Waldron. She thought it may have been close to taking that edge. Very sensible play from Jane Maguire. The last ball of the over, just drops it down on the leg side. Takes the single. That's the end of the 28th over. I'd like to thank Heatley for his short stint in the box. He did bring a rain break, but we won't blame Heatley for that. And we welcome back to the commentary box Isabel Joyce. Welcome back, Isabel.
Thank you, Craig. I timed that well, didn't I?
Yeah.
Got back to the clubhouse for a little break just for the rain. And were you stuck in here?
I did take a short trip up to the clubhouse.
A lusty blow from Jane Maguire. She does hit the ball hard. It was up and it was gone. Freya Sargent 2 full on that occasion. Been working very hard on her batting, Jane Maguire. And she knows she has to put in a big stint for her team here.
Well, good to see as well. We spoke earlier before the rain break that there was a chance that the Scorchers' bats would get too introverted with 6 wickets down. But you could see Jane Maguire, once she saw that previous delivery had a bit of width, she put it away through the covers very well.
And this is where, for me, I think that the spinners are in T20 mode a little bit too much. In 50 over cricket, Freya Sargent bowls quite quickly these days, and actually that suits someone like Jane Maguire. Has the power, but probably wouldn't pick up on the nuance of a change of pace. Nicely bowled by Sargent, but perhaps taking the pace off after a shot like that. We saw Hayley Matthews do it for West Indies against Ireland. As soon as there was an attacking shot, she would really take the pace off and almost always took a wicket. The ball after getting hit for a boundary. Slower that time, and unfortunately too full. Jane Maguire helps herself to another boundary. 2 so far in the over.
Well, that was a beautiful shot. It's just the length that Maguire was looking for. A little bit of width, and she powered that one straight, as you see, down to the clubhouse.
I should have mentioned as well with that wide that she bowled that it was actually the 100 up for the Scorchers. So they're now on 104 with this shot.
Just a nice swing of the bat. Cleared the front foot slightly out of the way. Gave herself the room.
Well, she took the pace off that last one. The ball that went for 4. Which is what I was asking for, but the length wasn't right and the line wasn't right. So fair play to her. She did try the right thing, but probably the field wasn't correct either to back it up. Shorter again to close out that over. A good one for the Scorchers, 9 from it. And in the 29th over, they brought up their 100. They're now 104 for 6.
Well, that was well bowled by Freya Sargent. She found the right line just outside off stump. Where she strayed too far outside, Maguire pounced on it, but all she did, Freya Sargent, didn't overcorrect, just brought the line slightly back, and that gave her 2 dot balls to close out the over, and she's now conceded 12 runs from her 4. As Isabel said, with 29 overs gone now, score 104 for 6. These two came together just before the rain break. 4 overs before the rain break. So they've been there a while now. But again, they realise there's no particular rush at the moment. It's as much about batting the 50 overs as it is going big.
So Georgia Atkinson with her slow leg spin. And willing to give it plenty of flight. Good bowling change this to the lower order. Very tempting deliveries. Tend to find that lower order batters aren't as keen to use their feet. Plays her club cricket with Ellie McGee. George Atkinson out in rush, so she'll know her well, and neither one will want to be giving away too much to the other. See who has the bragging rights going back to rush this evening. Well, not out, it was outside leg, but it's lucky for Ellie McGee that that one pitched just outside leg, because if it had been on leg stump, she would have been heading back.
One of the big success stories in Leinster women's cricket at the moment, of course, is Rush. They've invested an amount of time and effort into their women's side. It's paying off for them.
Absolutely. Well, I think it shows their intent, the fact that they do have George Atkinson coming over and playing and coaching in the club. Gets a good bit of drift, not so much turn, it's more about the drift into leg stump for her, it looks like. I think if you were brave, you could take her on, and there are 2 fielders in the deep, mid-wicket and square leg, so if you can meet the ball in front of you and try and get it over Rebecca Stokel in mid-wicket, that's probably where the boundary option is. In the air and over extra cover. She's picked her spot well, doesn't get good connection, Ellie McGee, but no real danger there. And a very handy first over for George Atkinson. The 30th over is done, and the Scorchers are limping along 105 for 6.
Well, they're limping because of that 6 wickets down. They certainly need to see the next 10 overs without losing, well, any wickets would be ideal, but they certainly wouldn't want to lose any more than one. And that would give them at least 3 overs then going into the last 10. With 20 overs to go, the Scorchers now starting to think about what their final total will be. The Typhoons obviously looking to take these 4 wickets before the end of the 50 overs. Freya Sargent now into her 5th over. Said before, just the 12 runs coming from it so far.
Just trying a little bit too hard here, Freya Sargent. She looks a bit frustrated. Her last over went for 9. She's searching for wickets maybe a little bit too much, and maybe Laura Delaney, who's very patient herself when she's bowling, could go up and have a word with the young spinner and say, look, just make sure that you're on the spot. Ava Canning, another misfield from her, gives an opportunity for 2.
Well, it's good to see the bats are alive to that. They saw the misfield, but the old adage of don't run on a misfield obviously didn't matter when the ball has gone 10 yards past the fielder.
Face off. Well weighted from McGee. A useful 11 from her now. Both batters, in fact, on 11. They've got to think if they can get over 150, even maybe 180, give their team a chance. In the air, but doesn't reach. Atkinson a chance for another run out. And Paul Reynolds says, no. Safe on this occasion.
But again, the communication between the bats and the running between the wickets. They might not play regularly with each other, but the calling has to be clear, concise and quick. Bats just having a quiet word with each other. Sometimes it's the quietness of the word that is the problem.
Nicely clipped into the leg side by Ellie McGee. Good confident shot. Good head position as well. Jane Maguire, of course, has spent a large part of this season injured, so valuable time out in the middle for her. Elevated to number 8. Much quicker delivery there for Sargent to close out her 5th over. And after 31, the Scorchers are 109 for 6. Well, they haven't really got going, the Scorchers. That second wicket partnership between Lewis and Masonda, the real engine room of this Scorchers team, the only one of note. But now we're seeing McGee and Maguire come together. 22 between them, and it's a valuable partnership, the 7th one here today. They'll want to see that grow and hopefully overtake the Lewis-Masonda partnership. They'll need that, the Scorchers, if they're to have any chance of defending a total here in Pembroke. So George Atkinson to bowl her 2nd over of leg spin. It seems to take an age to get to McGee. She's standing perfectly still until the last second. And if Maguire could go down to her and ask her to make a decision a little bit earlier about what she's doing. It's definitely on for the sweep, on the full or even on the bounce. And in the air, oh, not a confident shot from McGee.
This is one of the things about taking the pace off the ball. Sometimes batsmen prefer to face seamers where the power comes from the bowler. On this occasion, they're unsure how to play the speed of Atkinson.
Well, just a little bit too leg side and helped out to square leg boundary. Freya Sargent does well. I'm interested now to see how does Jane Maguire play this, because I've a feeling she's not going to allow Atkinson to bowl at her like we've seen Ellie McGee Yeah, big shot, big shout, and straight away this pace off does for Jane Maguire. A big hoik and a big result for Atkinson. Good change of bowling for the Typhoons. They dangled the carrot and it was accepted. Again, another catch for Mary Waldron. The 7th wicket goes for the Scorchers. Maguire goes for 11 and the Scorchers 110 for 7.
Well, we looked at those partnerships, and that one comes to an end now. 23. 23. Wanted to go further than that, but again, it's the lack of pace. Maguire, big swipe. It was almost like it was an inside edge. Paul Reynolds very quick to put the finger up. And that's the end of Maguire, the end of the 7th wicket.
Well, Niamh McNulty is in at number 9, an improving batter. She is, but still very young.
Number 9 for number 9.
Just 16 years of age. Sweep shot is something she's been working on, but not something she's very confident of yet, Niamh McNulty, so don't expect to see her try it here. Also been practicing coming down the wicket, but it's a very different prospect in the nets. I find that when people start to try and do it out in the middle, they find themselves on the same spot that they started. A little quicker that time from Atkinson to close out her second. A very useful spell, this one so far. 2 overs from her, 1 for 2. And after 32, the Scorchers 110 for 7.
Well, again, the Mary Waldron show continues. 7 wickets down, 5 of them caught by Waldron. Both ends. It's been a good day for her so far. And the Scorchers, well, they've been in trouble and in difficulty for quite a while now. And the Typhoons have done very well just to keep picking up wickets, keeping the pressure on, and bringing on the spinners and taking the pace off the ball. Well, that has been a big help for them as well. The Scorchers' bats are getting a little bit too introverted, a little bit too concerned about losing wickets. As a result, the number of runs drying up.
Good strong shot, but it only helped the ball get to Ava Canning that bit quicker. Well, something that we've been lamenting this season and pretty much throughout Super Series history is catches being dropped, but Mary Waldron has been up to the task behind the stumps. 5 catches for one of the 2 Ireland keepers. So they just have to keep on making sure she gets all of the catches and there'll be no problems.
Well, if you can get the ball towards the gloves, always helps. Pushing through this one a bit quicker is Freya Sargent. And again, just played out in the offside, and there's plenty of cover for her there. 4 fielders in very close proximity for that shot.
Very quick over that from Freya Sargent, a maiden for her 6th, and Typhoons remain on 110 for 7 after 33.
Well, tough times for the Scorchers. I suppose they would have reached their first target. At least they have something to bowl at with 110. It would have to be all-out attack for them. Certainly they'd know that if this was their final score, the Typhoons wouldn't have to chase runs. They'll be looking to add a few more with these remaining 3 wickets and 17 overs.
Well, interesting fact for you, these were the 2 Leinster under-17 captains right here in the middle batting together, so they were on opposite sides a couple of weeks ago. Now they're on the same team. Both bowlers, unfortunately, but turning into all-rounders, they would say. Sweep shot from McNulty. just looks a bit worried about playing it, doesn't she, down that leg side? She's so afraid of making a mistake that she's not playing a full-blooded shot.
She's not committing to the shots.
Yeah.
It's half-hearted patting it round the corner.
Places it better this time, gets it between 45 and mid-wicket for a single. Hands it over to Ellie McGee.
It's worked out perfectly for the Typhoons at the moment, having the spinners on in this middle part of the game.
Well, I think it would have been a plan that when they got to the lower order that they'd bring on their spinners. I think I see Sarah Forbes warming up, and she's a very slow off spinner, so they're deciding to go away from their out and out off spinner. Chance now, straight, great placement from McGee. Kicks on as well with the wet ground, and a welcome boundary for McGee and for the Scorchers. Lots of appreciation from the sideline that the young rush batter was willing to take on the leg spinner.
Well, I don't think Atkinson will be too disappointed either. She'll want to see shots like this. Aerial. That one dead straight, and it was enough to reach the boundary.
Good smart bowling, throws it up full and outside off, tempting Ellie McGee, but she's happy to let that one go through to Waldron at the end of another over. 34 gone, and the Scorchers 115 for 7. Feels like I'm calling the end of an over every 30 seconds at the moment.
Well, certainly with the bowlers they have on, they are getting through these overs quickly. Atkinson 3 overs for just 7 runs, plus she's also picked up the wicket.
Well, Sarah Forbes will be coming on to bowl from the nursery end. YMCA, more known as a batter, but can bowl some handy off spin, especially if the wicket favours slow bowling. Fielders out on the leg side, square leg. Other than that, everybody up. They've got 2 extra covers in place. That one just dropped. Freya Sargent has a throw at the non-striker's end, but can't hit. Edged, but nobody there. A good thick edge. And they'll get back for 2. And they'll wonder here, maybe there's a cause for having a slip in place rather than 2 extra covers.
Or even a slip in place and keep the 2 extra covers.
Not sure Forbes has the control to warrant that, but be brave. Search for wickets rather than trying to contain runs.
Well, that's where the Typhoons are at the moment, caught between wanting to keep the runs scored well down, but also looking to take these last 3 wickets.
Worked into the leg side, finds the gap square of mid-wicket, and another single. So these two just starting to find their feet.
He's only just joined us, but McGee was there before the rain break. Well, that's the 8th wicket. Playing down the wrong line. McNulty missing a straight one, and it took the off stump. And that's the 8th wicket down with the score on 119.
Disappointing for McNulty. She's taken a middle stump guard, so giving plenty of the stumps for Sarah Forbes to aim at. And unfortunately, just played for some spin. Front foot didn't get to the pitch of the ball. In fact, the front foot didn't move at all. And it's cost her a wicket. So McNulty goes for 2, and it's Izzy McLean out to bat at number 10 for the Scorchers. Young wicketkeeper from Balbriggan. Isabel McLean, but known pretty much everywhere as Izzy. And it'll be a number she's not used to batting at. Izzy, she usually opens the batting. She's a hard hitter, likes to take the bowlers on, so I'll be very surprised to see her play too many defensive shots, but perhaps Claire Blanche on the sideline will have been able to persuade her. Plenty of overs yet to go. Well, shot straight away. Just help that down to third, and it will be a couple. So off the mark straight away. So after 35, the Scorchers 121 for 8.
Well, it just seems to be a matter of time now. And the question being, how many runs can the Scorchers add before they lose these 2 wickets? The way it's gone so far, the way the wickets have fallen, I find it hard to believe that the Scorchers are going to manage to bat their 50 overs.
My main hope is that these two can just start to take the bowling on a little bit, score some handy runs, try to get that 30 runs to get them up to 150. It's a big ask, especially with barely any batting behind them, but it'd do them the world of good with the experience. Big shot, and she's found the gap. Sends it out to Lulu Little in deep mid-wicket.
Of course, the one thing is, with that rain break, that the outfield is going to have that little bit of skiddiness to it, and perhaps the ball might pick up a bit of moisture, make it harder for the spinners to grip. You see Atkinson there, using her palms to get any moisture she can off the ball.
Well, mid-wicket has come inside the ring, just on the edge of the ring there for Izzy McLean. It's interesting to me because knowing Izzy, as I do, she likes to hit a big ball, whereas Ellie McGee tends to poke around a little bit, so they probably have the field that you should set for the other one. But watch now, she'll probably get caught by that fielder. But Izzy McLean, of course, is very new to the Super Series. She's still under 15.
Well, it is good to see in the Super Series the youthful players coming through. It's certainly changed since you would have been coming through first.
Well, by and large, we'd a settled team when I came in. I was 15, but nearly everyone else was, 20s, 30s, playing at the top of the game when I was coming up. But it's such a huge time commitment now. It's not a surprise to see the younger players playing mostly. So a good over again from Atkinson, 1 from it. She's got 1 for 8 now from her 4 overs, 36 gone, and the Scorchers 122 for 8. We've got Ellie McGee on 21, a very useful contribution from the youngster. She's shown some good application, come in at number 7 for the Scorchers. She's a gritty player, we've always said that about her. She's brought on in situations with the ball when they need a wicket, the Scorchers, and she generally comes through. She seems to have ice in the veins, no nerves when she's fielding. She hits the stumps well when she's in the field as well.
Well, it'll be very encouraging for her coach and the club coach and international coach to see the application. It's one thing you tend to find young players sometimes miss out on and grow into. There's that concentration levels.
Yeah, we're in the age of T20s as well, so bowl 4 over spells or 2 over spells. You ask someone to bowl their 4 overs in a row, and God forbid. It's just about inside the line. Missed out in a wide one there. Ellie McGee could have sent that one. Slip has gone in now. Strong shot wide of Laura Delaney, puts in the dive. Good commitment from the Ireland skipper at this stage in the game to be diving.
Well, that's the way Laura Delaney plays the game. It's all out all the time. Full commitment.
I'm gonna be writing down all these phrases. I've got buffer of goodwill, now all out all the time.
Certainly what you'd love to see from your international skipper, and not skipper here today, but still completely committed to the cause.
Bit of air from Sarah Forbes. Izzy McLean on strike now. Not something she'd be used to as well, because she does open the batting most of the time. She's used to facing seam early in her innings, so a new challenge for her to face a leg spinner and off spinner when coming out to the crease. Onto the back foot. Probably a little bit full for her to be doing that.
Still looking to be positive.
Always. Oh, and well kept out. Straight through the legs of slip. She thought about having a go at that one, Izzy McLean, but got the bat down in time. Picks up a handy 2 runs. So the end of another good over from Forbes, 4 from it. 37 gone now, and Scorchers 126 for 8.
Well, these two starting to look comfortable. As we say, McGee has shown great application. She's still there after having faced almost 10 overs herself. McLean has joined her, and as you say, she's showing why and how she opens the batting for Rush in club cricket. Finding herself at number 10 today.
Balbriggan.
Balbriggan,
Yeah.
my apologies.
Definitely don't want to mix those two up.
No.
Well, that one had all of the air, and Ellie McGee will be having a stern word to herself. Mid-wicket has come in a good 15 yards off the boundary, hoping to get a catch off Ellie McGee. It's aerial and it's out. One shot too many in the air, and finally Atkinson wins that battle between the two Rush clubmates. An easy catch for Georgina Dempsey in extra cover. Just didn't get the elevation, just didn't have the power or the conviction, Ellie McGee, but it's been a really good showing from the Rush youngster. She's added a good 22 to her team's total.
Well, Atkinson, there's no secret. Tosses it up, gives it plenty of air, and on this occasion a little bit of extra bounce meant that McGee couldn't control it. She lifted it, and the fielder was there to take the catch, and that's Atkinson's second wicket, and it brings Amy Maguire to the crease. And that 150 you were looking for suddenly looks a long way away.
It's such a funny one with this level of cricket. When the youngsters come in, they tend to be bowlers when they get brought in and they're young, but in their age group they're all-rounders. So all these girls that we're seeing coming in down the bottom, you know, Eddie McGee, Niamh McNulty, Izzy McLean in particular, and Amy Maguire, all batting the top 4 when they're playing at their age group at interpro level. But it just shows the step up in batting as compared with bowling. It's very different. It's very hard to make the step up in the batting skill, whereas bowling, we tend to mature a lot more quickly as females in particular. A strong sweep shot from Amy Maguire, and well watched by Freya Sargent in the deep. Watched the spin. It was very good. Waiting for it. It's always the second bounce for the leg spinner. You have to be careful.
Well, I've been caught out with that a few times myself. I think you have it lined up beautifully. And it goes in a totally different direction.
Well left from McLean, and these two will really need to apply themselves. They've got a valuable 12.5 overs that they can be out in the middle. They've got to see it as a privilege to get that opportunity. Big shout and given. Well, that's it. That's the last wicket for the Scorchers. He had a good think about it, Paul Reynolds. Didn't take much turn, just skidded on. Probably taking leg stump. I think the only thing that might have saved her there, Izzy McLean, was there was a good view of middle and off stump, but She was very deep in the crease. So Paul Reynolds said, unfortunately, that's the end for Izzy McLean. She goes for 4, and the Scorchers are all out.
Well, certainly Paul Reynolds took his time, went through his checklist. I'm sure DRS was playing in his head, but no doubt there that was LBW, and the Typhoons will be delighted. In the 38th over, they've bowled out the much vaunted Scorchers batting attack. And that's a great start for them. Some discussion amongst the Typhoons now, I suspect, about batting orders.
Well, 2 run-outs. I think those are the standouts for me. Lewis, run-out. Masonda, run-out. And then Mary Waldron comes to the fore. She got cool to Riley early on, and then Wood, Squires, Moritz and Jane Maguire all fell to catches behind the stumps, and then the slow bowlers at the end. Forbes and Atkinson told for McNulty and McLean. A good innings from McGee there at number 7, 22 from 60 for her. She stuck at it. Masonda looked good for her 21, but then a bit of confusion between her and Lewis sent her back for 21. All in all, a disappointing display from the Scorchers. 128 for them with 12.2 overs left in their innings.
Well, the main partnership once again was Lewis and Masonda, 41 for them. But once they were separated and both back in the hutch, there was very little in the way of partnerships afterwards. But McGee, well, she's stuck at her task, and she features in a number of those partnerships, 19, 23, 9, 7. And that was the best of it for them.
Lots of bowlers used from the Typhoons, all pretty good. Standout for me, Alice Tector, 2 for 12 from her 5. She had the ball on a string, and Georgia Atkinson came in at the end and got some cheap wickets, 3 for 10 from her 4.4. The story so far, the Scorchers won the toss and elected to bat. It doesn't seem to have been a great decision now looking at it. McGee and Masonda got into the 20s, but it's poor reading if you're a Scorchers fan. If you're from the Typhoons, you'll be happy to see Atkinson with 3 to her name, 2 for Tector and 1 each for Forbes and Delaney. So 128 was the total, 129 to win for the Typhoons. It looks like a low total, but sometimes those are the most difficult to chase down, and we have had a lot of rain. So plenty to play for here for the Scorchers. They never give up. Join us again in half an hour's time for the second innings. In the meantime, we'll take a break. See you again shortly. Welcome back to Sydney Parade. Well, we've had some rain here, as you will have noticed if you've been following along, but the clouds are dispersing. The umpires are back out in the middle, and we're going to have a full game, no overs lost. Lucky with the timing, it was during the tea break. So Typhoons have their full allotment, no change to the target, which is 129. And the Scorchers will be disappointed with the manner in which they lost the wickets, Craig Senior, and especially the top order. Those 2 run-outs were very costly.
Certainly were. Lewis and Masonda both falling to run-outs, one of which was fairly clear-cut. Marianne Masonda, she was batting with Gabby at the time, but Gabby's dismissal, well, we had to look at that a few times to work out which batsman was out, both of them at the same end. But it was, well, disastrous for the Scorchers and the target they wanted to set, and now they're going to have to bowl and field, well, exceptionally well.
Absolutely. It's going to be Jane Maguire, the returning Jane Maguire, with the new ball. The Hills bowler, coming back from an injury. So pleased to see her taking the field. She'll be bowling to Sarah Forbes and Georgia Atkinson, who will be opening the batting. Well, it doesn't look like she's been off at all. Quite tight to the stumps. A good leave in the end from Forbes. Well judged. Possibly a little bit closer to her stumps than she expected. Siún Woods has the gloves. Gabby Lewis is in slip. 2 fielders out, third and fine leg. Sophie McMahon, of course, was named in the team sheet, but hasn't taken the field. I think she's ill. So Izzy McLean came in for her. She's usually a wicketkeeper, Izzy McLean, but she's out in the field today.
I just find it strange. All wicket keepers.
Oh, well, that's a lovely line. We saw some good away swing bowling in the first innings, and Gabby Lewis very excited in slip. Let Sarah Forbes know just how close that one was to her outside edge.
Lovely delivery, just moving away from the bat. It's an ideal opening over from Maguire. She started off very tightly here.
As soon as you say it, strays down leg side. Just searching a little bit too much, Jane Maguire, for the perfect one that swings from leg to off. How often do you see it when bowlers attempt that one? It just sails down leg side. Back on the money.
Yeah, you do see it, and especially at lower grades of cricket. Bowlers, especially young bowlers, they come in and will bowl a wide down the offside, and you know the next one's going to be a wide down the leg side because they're just going to overcorrect. Instead of just wiping the slate clean, it's a fresh ball, start again, do your stock stuff. They try and overcorrect, and it goes flying down the other side.
Well, the other classic, as Forbes manages to get off strike, is the full toss followed by the short ball. It's time honoured, that one. So Forbes gets inside the line of that one, and it's been something she's added to her game of late. I think it's a real signal you've been coached by Ed Joyce if you can pop it into square leg and get a single. As soon as he came on board as head coach, we saw a lot of players able to put it down to third and into square leg for a single. Now Atkinson, also into leg side. So just the 3 runs from Jane Maguire's opening over. A good return for her to Super Series cricket. 1 gone, and the Typhoons are 3 without loss.
Well, Maguire will be pleased with that. As you say, back into this Evoke Super Series 50 Cup. Coming in today. She was one of Mary Waldron's victims in the first innings, but she nearly picked up a wicket in that over. First over. It's not a massive target they're chasing, but still runs have to be got.
Niamh McNulty will be the bowler to take the second over. Young Marion Starr, 16 years of age, bowls at decent pace. Also swings the ball away from the right-hander. And interesting for me is that in the Irish team at the moment we have an awful lot of bowlers that swing the ball into the right-hander. Orla Prendergast, Lulu Little, Arlene Kelly, Laura Delaney moves it in as opposed to swings it in. So it's great to see some proper away swing bowlers coming through the ranks, pushing up into that senior squad. Too short though. Just gets it over mid wicket. Didn't have a lot of time on the ball. Izzy McLean does the fielding. It was on to her a little bit quicker than she thought, Georgia Atkinson, so she had to just bunt it over mid wicket.
In these first 10 overs, of course, just 2 outside the ring, so if you can clear the ring, by and large, you'll be safe.
And that one, a real loosener down leg side. Didn't finish the action at all. Very full as well, which is a telltale sign that you're not getting through.
Straining for that extra yard of pace.
Well, wide down leg and now wide outside off. So Craig Senior, prophetic.
But you're right, with regards to bowlers coming through that can offer the captain of the side more variations, something different. You don't want to be just changing in-swing for in-swing the whole time.
Oh, another wide down leg side this time. Shane Wood's doing well. Well, it's important that if someone has a strength, playing in swing, for an example, that you have someone else to turn to in your team. I'll look at my own club team. We're very lucky to have a leg spinner, a left arm spinner, and an off spinner in our first team, which is very unusual for a club team. So it just means you can choose who's the best matchup for any batter, and that's at club level, let alone international. And so at the moment they've got, Leah Paul and Amy Maguire. They've got Cara Murray, the likes of Emma Richardson, who I know hasn't been bowling that well, but usually she's in there as an off spinner. Freya Sargent coming in, but they don't have necessarily the variation in seam bowling. So Alice Tector, Niamh McNulty, Jane Maguire, just offering something different. Oh, what a comeback. Just got stuck in the crease as well there. Sarah Forbes just played no shot at all.
Statuesque.
And not in a good way.
No. Ball flying through to the keeper. Woods behind the sticks.
I always think when you're selecting a team, just to harp on a bit more about this bowling attack that Ireland have. Short, but can't get it through the gap. When you're it's like when you're picking a hockey team or a soccer team, you might not be picking the best 16 hockey players. You're picking for positions, and when you get into the position to do that, rather than just picking your best 11 cricketers, just go, right, these are our best 11 and they all are bowlers. Yeah. You go, right, we need opening bowlers, and someone might miss out who arguably is the 7th best cricketer, but you already have someone who does their job. So I'm hoping that Irish cricket gets to that stage.
Well, it'll certainly be the preferable problem to have.
Yeah.
It's the same with wicket keepers as well, though. You're always chasing one spot on the team.
Yeah.
And that's why so many wicket keepers become wicket-keeper batsmen, because it gives them two chances for selection.
And they are usually so good in the field as well, so they give that option to be just a batter. So tidied up that over well. Niamh McNulty closed out with 4 dots, goes for 6 in the over, and with 2 gone, the Typhoons are 9 without loss.
Well, the Typhoons will be delighted with this. Once again, number of extras. Certainly 3 wides in that over from McNulty. That's not the best of help for her side. But at the moment, the Scorchers' thoughts have got to be about taking wickets. One feels that if the Typhoons do bat for 50 overs, well, even 40 overs, they'll have reached their target.
So, how do they get those wickets then? What would Captain Craig be doing to force some wickets?
Well, having played with Pembroke sixes, I don't think is a comparable. But we actually opened with a spinner on Sunday, and it worked with a stumping in the first over. Just because openers aren't used to the slower ball, they're always expecting and wanting pace to work with. So maybe try it up that way.
Yeah, well, worked into the leg side by Georgia Atkinson, just too straight and too full from Jane Maguire. Well, I wonder, I was kind of teeing you up there, Craig. I was thinking, Amy Maguire, keep warm, left arm spinner. It's not coming on. She bowls a good arm ball that skids through. Maybe the two Maguires up top would be a good option. Nothing against Niamh McNulty, but maybe that little change up.
Just show them something different.
Exactly, something they don't want to do. Someone who's attacking the stumps all the time. Try and nip one or two early, because they've got to get some early wickets or this game could get away from them very quickly, the Scorchers.
So yeah, left arm spin might not be a bad option.
Excellent movement.
But again, the Scorchers would be hoping to build some pressure through stopping runs as well. So perhaps, if their opening bowlers can bowl a tight line and perhaps bring a bit of frustration to the bats, that might bring its own reward. But I don't think there's too much in the way of scoreboard pressure at the moment.
A good field change that from the Scorchers. They've put Lara Moritz into square leg, moved her around from mid-wicket. They've brought mid on into kind of a straight mid-wicket. Just trying to dry up that single that Atkinson and Forbes seem so keen on scoring.
Again, nice shot for no run. Exactly what the Scorchers are looking for. Keeping it tight from the nursery end. Only 4 runs from her 9 balls so far.
Bit sure, but can't pierce that field on the offside, and Marmot's well placed to back that wild throw up. So just the one from Jane Maguire's second over, 3 overs gone, and the Typhoons are 10 without loss.
Well, that's the sort of start the Typhoons would have wanted. No early wicket, just slowly accumulating runs. It's taking about, 3 1/3 an over, which is well above what they actually require. So these two, Forbes has faced 14 balls and only scored that single squirted out towards square leg. But even so, she's doing an excellent job for her side. This is what they wanted, is just to slowly take the life out of the Scorchers. The longer they go on without losing a wicket, the more you feel that the Scorchers' heads might just drop a little.
Short, and the gap is found this time. Slightly more pace, gets between point and cover, and that'll be the first boundary for the Typhoons. Sweetly timed off the bat of Georgia Atkinson, and there was no doubt from the moment she hit it that had 4 written all over it.
Just a little bit of width for her to play with, but the important thing was she found the gap between the 2 fielders, and despite the rain we've had, that had enough to reach the boundary. That's a lovely shot.
Interesting to see not much movement from Niamh McNulty. usually beats the edge of a right-handed batter early on in her bowling spell, but not finding the swing today.
You'd have thought that conditions today would be suited to swing. There's plenty of overhead cloud.
A nice athletic group in the covers there for Scorchers. Amy Maguire, Christina Coulter-Riley and Annabelle Squires, all very quick laterally and in straight lines, so lovely for a captain to call upon. Lara Moritz as well, lightning in mid-wicket. That's more like it from the McNulty, giving the ball time to swing by getting that length that bit fuller.
Yeah, the one thing she does want to avoid is anything short. Atkinson will pounce upon anything that she can, short and wide. So a much better length to keep it full to her at the moment. Anything encouraging the drive and perhaps bringing the slip into play.
Well, short and finds Izzy McLean in the deep. Very good throw for a wicketkeeper.
I always find wicketkeepers in the field are so determined to show fielders how it should be done. They throw to the wicketkeeper's gloves, they throw over the top of the stumps, and then they can stand there and say, well, that's how it's done.
Well, when I was growing up, wicketkeepers couldn't throw, so it's all new to me, this getting the ball into the wicket over the top wicketkeeper. Closes out well again. Just that 4, that's the blemish on that over for McNulty. 5 from it. 4 gone in the Typhoons, 15 without loss.
Steady progress for the Typhoons. Again, the most important thing as far as they're concerned is that no wickets down in the first 4 overs. By the same stage in the first innings, the Scorchers had lost their first wicket. Coulter-Riley on that occasion. But the Scorchers, well, they're still searching for this first breakthrough.
I think if they'd batted first, the Typhoons, they would have been happy with this as well, and that means they'll be absolutely delighted with it when only chasing 129. It's one of those scores that every 10 you knock off, you feel like you're 5% closer, more or 5% closer to victory. Oh, just the inside edge saves her there, Atkinson.
Maguire for a moment thought that there was a chance of an appeal. Very quickly shut down by that inside edge.
Definitely looks more comfortable with the shorter ball, Georgia Atkinson. Not as assured when the ball is pitched right up to her. As soon as that length is pulled back, she's very keen to get on her back foot.
The back foot playing across, trying to drag it over to the leg side, which of course will bring its own opportunities for the bowler. If you've got a batsman who's going back and across their stumps like that, well, if they miss, you're in with a very good shout.
Finds the gap this time. A little bit straighter from Jane Maguire. Lara Moritz is in square leg. If she'd been in a regular mid-wicket, she would have cut that one off, but they opted to stop at the single, and because of that, they've leaked a boundary that they can ill afford.
Well, there wasn't too much in the way of footwork, but the ball matched the stance. And able to get some strength behind that one.
And the low score And the odd loose delivery going over the boundary rope and enables the Typhoons to do things like that. Just leave those danger balls alone. Discipline seems easier when you're chasing a low total.
Sure, the whole game seems easier when you're this side of the rope.
So another boundary for the Typhoons, just that in the over for Jane Maguire. She's gone for 8 in her 3, and the Typhoons after 5. They're 19 without loss.
The question being, of course, how long will Gabby Lewis let her openers go? How many overs will she give them before she feels the need to make a change in an attempt to get the breakthrough that the Scorchers do need?
That's the question. Got Lara Moritz ready and waiting. Amy Maguire, Christina Coulter-Riley as well. Ellie McGee as well, of course. So it might be a case really for Gabby Lewis to just keep trying out things until one sticks. Share it around.
Short, sharp spells.
Excellent fielding off her own bowling. Neve McNulty.
Whereas the Typhoons, having used 7 bowlers, 8 bowlers, they had the various options open to them because they took the wickets and they put a lot of pressure onto the Scorchers. Laura Delaney bowled 6 in a row.
Just steps inside that one. The line was there for her to steal a single into square leg. It's quite clear that Forbes sees herself as just working the ball around, be the anchor for the innings. Atkinson, the more attacking of the two batters.
And again, whether it be the players themselves have decided this or the coach has been involved, it's very sensible batting from the two of them. As you say, Forbes doing her best basically to get down to the non-striker's end, providing solid partnership, being a solid partner for Atkinson, who, as we've seen, is keen to get after the ball if it's there to be hit, but she's also had the sense to keep out the good balls.
It's a good line and a good length to Atkinson. It doesn't look dangerous when it's on the stumps and when it's full. I think the length is the most important thing against her, keeping it up to her. Do you think Annie McGee would bowl well on this wicket? She bowls with a good seam position, gets the ball to move off it. It's too short. Helped, heaved in fact, into the leg side. Too short again from the Scorchers bowlers. McNulty guilty of it there, and guilty of a boundary off the final delivery of her third over. It's 4 runs to the total, and after 6 overs the Typhoons are 24 without loss.
Well, just 4 overs left of the power play now before the Scorchers can spread the field. The question being, how far are they going to want to? They still need to take some wickets. To do that, they need to build some pressure.
Jane Maguire continues. Good intent there at the beginning of that over. Last over was probably a little bit floaty. That one looked a lot quicker. And Sarah Forbes struggling, it has to be said, 2 from 19. And even if she knows deep down that she's doing a good job by just staying out there, it's always difficult as a batter when you're not scoring. Looks up and she's pleading with that ball to make its way through the packed offside field, but no luck. And body language is starting to look a little bit downcast from Sarah Forbes.
A bit of frustration setting in. She's seen her partner hit 3 boundaries at this stage. And although she's only on 2 from 20, the important thing is she's still there.
And unfortunately, when you're not hitting them well, once you do get the opportunity, I often find shots like that happen. Just hit the bottom. It wasn't a poor delivery from Maguire, but if there's going to be one that she's going to score from, you'd think it was that one. That's the floatier one.
Forbes taking it on the full. All she could do was lift it into the offside. The fielders there set back enough, gave her enough room for the ball to find the turf.
Gabby Lewis with some words of wisdom for her bowler. Well, we see a change up here. She does have a very good slower ball, Jane Maguire. We haven't seen it as of yet. 4 dots. Is this the time to put the pressure on? Question asked. Willie Clark says no. I fancy there was an inside edge there.
Well, no snicko for us. But just the inside edge of the bat, rattling onto the pads.
Well, it has to have been that, doesn't it? Because he seemed so sure, Willie Clark. And finally gets one through, finds the gap and hits it with ease. Sarah Forbes. She'd been sweating on that one for a while. A well-needed boundary off the final delivery of the Jane Maguire over. She's bowled 4, she's gone for 12. But 2 full and 2 wide from Jane Maguire, searching for that edge. And Forbes helped herself.
Well, early in the over, he said that she was praying to get one past the fielder. And this time she pierced the ring very quickly. It ran away to the boundary. And she'll feel a bit better about that now, and that will relieve some of the pressure she was feeling. And indeed, it's taken the partnership up to 28. And suddenly the target required is only 101.
Well, we said that they're going to have to ring the changes, the Scorchers, and so it is. Lara Moritz will be bowling from the St. John's end. One of the quickest bowlers around. Moves the ball into the right-hander. Someone that George Atkinson should know, because Lara Moritz plays for Balbriggan, who play in Division 2, and George Atkinson plays for Rush, who are also in Division 2. So good to see that it doesn't stop you playing Super Series, Evoke Super Series cricket, that you're not playing in the top leagues. Just shows the standard that we do have in Division 2. Short and chance down. Oh, that was a chance. Annabelle Squires puts down George Atkinson. They're going to need to take all of their chances, Scorchers, if they're to have any kind of chance in this match.
Well, that was there. See, bowler coming in, and she was a little bit cramped in her arms, couldn't free her arms, and that only lifted it to Squires. She couldn't take the catch. And straight away Atkinson, the very next ball, runs it down to third and gets down to the non-striker's end. A lot safer there, that's for sure.
Yes, well, it was almost like she was trying to hit a catch, but I think what did for Annabelle Squires in mid-wicket, she didn't think the ball was going to reach her. And it was the extra pace of Lara Moritz that helped the ball, in fact, make the distance to her. Difficult catch low down. But she's such a brilliant fielder, Annabelle Squires. She'll be very unhappy with that, because she's usually absolutely fantastic in the field. So disappointing for her, disappointing for Lara Moritz. Almost had a wicket with her first delivery. And as a captain, you absolutely dream of those kinds of things. You make a change of bowling and wicket straight away. Much better. Better length from Moritz.
Just taking the inside edge of the bat, running up the leg side. This occasion, Squires picks up nice and cleanly.
Twin sister Tess in the background there. Short and too quick for Sarah Forbes. Interesting fact for you, Craig. We were up north for those Interpros last week and the week before. I was up there. Lara was there, the bowler. Her twin sister, who I said was in the background there, and Naomi Scott Hayward. All four coaches are twins. So we said, you're not allowed on the team if you're not a twin. Very elite club.
Could you fill 11?
The coaching team. You're not allowed in the coaching team. I should have specified that. I thought it was implied.
No, but I'm just saying, could you put together a team of twins in Leinster cricket? Certainly there are a few families who could put half sides together.
We'll bring my twin and Naomi's twins in. That's a couple more. That's half a team.
Yeah.
There's a few under 11s I know that are twins. Can they play? Lovely length, but definitely going down leg side, and an easy decision for Paul Reynolds. And good over from Ritz to start. Almost the change that the Scorchers needed, but chance put down. A sharp chance, it has to be said. And the Scorchers yet to make the breakthrough. 8 overs gone. Typhoons 30 without loss.
Well, I suspect a change of bowling at the other end as well, as Jay Maguire has now bowled 4 and the wicketkeeper has called for a helmet.
Yes, Ellie McGee, I think it is coming on, the seamer. He might be forgiven for thinking that it was going to be a spinner because the keeper is standing up, but she trusts Ellie McGee enough to stand up to the stumps. So field has changed. They've recognised the strength of Atkinson as the short ball hit into the leg side, so square leg and deep mid wicket on the boundary. They're opting for 2 points. No, excuse me, a very backward point, a cover, a square, extra cover, and a mid off. Well, managed to reach that one very wide. A very wide one to start for Ellie McGee, but you're happy with that result as a bowler when you bowl the wide and they manage to hit it for 1.
Yeah, almost got to thank the batsman for hitting it.
Edged, thick edge. No fielder in third, let alone a slip, so that will be another valuable boundary for Sarah Forbes. Just the 4 scoring shots for her so far today, the last 2 being boundaries, so she's catching up nicely. I don't really like this field for Ellie McGee, I have to say. It's very, very defensive. They need to take wickets, but they have deep square leg and deep mid wicket. I'll be bringing that one of those players in the deep on the leg side in, and either putting in a wide slip or a third. They're opting to take their 45 out and move her across instead. So the space is behind square on the leg side. Almost in a fly slip position, she's so straight there.
Well, as you say, Scorchers, they need wickets, and although the field on the offside is quite tight. Fielders on the leg side seem to be primarily to stop runs. No slip in place, and we saw with that delivery that went for 4. There may be opportunities off the edge of the bat. Good ball from McGee, through to the keeper Woods.
Yeah, excellent. That's a good channel for Ellie McGee. Moves the ball in to the right-hander. And Sarah Forbes just poking at that one, giving it an opportunity to take the edge of her bat. And with Siún Woods up to the stumps, quite difficult to get on top of McGee if she does bowl with that consistency. It's more like a spinner than a seamer.
Well, even having the keeper up to the stumps means that the batsman has to think twice before going down the track. Again, it gives the batsman something else to think about.
Good close to that over. Just the single and the 4 in the opening 2 deliveries with 4 dots to finish. 9 overs gone. The Typhoons are 35 without loss.
Well, just that one loose delivery put away for 4 from McGee's bowling. Other than that, nice and tidy, keeping the Typhoon bats quiet. That having been said, the score has now moved on to 35 for 0. And we come into the last over of the power play now. And then the interest will be to see how Gabby Lewis sets her field more allowed outside the ring. But again, do you want to do that?
Again takes the pad, but that movement means it won't be out. And Sarah Forbes wanted the run. Atkinson had absolutely no intention, but she had time to return to her crease there, Sarah Forbes. So no repeat of the antics of earlier today when we saw 2 cataclysmic runouts for the Scorchers. Short and wide, and there'll be work to do in the deep for Ellie McGee. Didn't get all of it, but she'll come back for 2, Georgia Atkinson. And you have to have admiration for such a clear game plan. Happy to block out the full ones, and then as soon as it's short, that's where she sees her opportunity. It's very clear, concise, and doesn't leave much room for error. Looking to work that into the leg side. We were speaking earlier today about young Alice Tector's run up and how she's going to get bigger and stronger, and that's going to improve as she grows into her height. Well, this is a good run up to model any run up on. Lara Moritz, she used to struggle with no balls for a long time when she was about 17, 18, but she really has it figured out now. You'll rarely see a better approach to the crease than the one we have right in front of us here. You can see at the point of delivery she's at her fastest in the whole run-up. Increases as she goes through, and then a good leap through lands and gives herself an opportunity to bowl as quickly as possible. If there's one complaint, she just falls over a little bit, but into semantics there.
We saw earlier today, bowlers not using their front arm. It does affect your balance and your control.
Well, she's moved away from her game plan somewhat there, Georgia Atkinson. That was the only one that's been up this over, and she thought, I'll have a go at that.
There's a touch of the stand and delivers there. Not a great amount of footwork.
Short again and gives herself room. Georgia Atkinson plays a backward of point, and it'll be another couple down to that wide third man position. So 4 from the over. Looking a little bit dangerous here, Lara Moritz. 10 overs gone and the power play is done. The Typhoons 39 without loss, and the aggressor-in-chief Atkinson 24 from 27. Forbes has been steady. 2 boundaries in the last couple of overs has meant she's got going a little bit more, and 5 extras not helping the Scorchers' cause.
Well, the Scorchers off to a decent start. The openers Maguire and McNulty, but now captain Gabby Lewis has had to mix things up a bit, and she's now going to use in the 11th over her 5th bowler, Amy Maguire. Oh, sorry. Yes, Amy Maguire. First over after the power play. I think this is a good move. I think perhaps Gabby Lewis was just waiting until she could have more than 2 outside the ring before bringing spin into the equation, but left arm spin now.
Yeah, good move. Just the one over for Eddie McGee. She was good in that over, but they wanted their left arm spinner on. And a full toss to start, and lucky for them, Forbes just helps it out to square leg. A good result for pretty poor delivery.
Well, I think it was a good result for everybody, really. Forbes has done what she's been doing so far and get down to the non-striker's end. Leave this for Atkinson.
You reckon Forbes is happy with that one off a full toss down leg?
Well,
And a drag down, and that's another good result.
no ball.
Must have bounced twice. You can't quite see from here, but it must have bounced twice. Just gripping the ball a bit too much after a full toss. We were talking about the wide on the leg side followed by the wide on the off side. For a spinner, it's often the full toss followed by the drag down. And Gabby Lewis very smartly telling her young bowler to take a deep breath, relax. Good comeback, and this will be taken. It is a free hit though, so Atkinson won't be out, but Amy Maguire will be delighted to show that she can take the wicket. Now she's got to just back it up and actually take one.
She'll be far happier with that delivery, getting away with the free hit.
Forbes working it into the leg side. Calls of 2, but Shun Woods is out of the blocks quickly from the position of wicketkeeper, so keeps it to 1. It's good length from Maguire, just slightly to leg side. So finding her radar, the youngster, considering what she's bowled the first few deliveries, 4 so far isn't the worst outcome. A good anticipation from Eddie McGee in third man there. Not an easy one being in that position for a spinner.
Maguire will be pleased with that ball because it's definitely had Atkinson in a little bit of difficulty. It did squirt away towards third. There was no run there, but the bowler will feel better and better about this over the longer it's gone on.
Well, Gabby Lewis didn't need too long to decide that she was going to put herself into slip, so Annie McGee comes out and goes into extra, and the skipper goes back into catching, and she's rewarded with her faith by a wide down leg side, unfortunately. So 5 runs to the total for the Typhoons, and when it's a low total you're chasing, they're real bonus runs.
In the power play, the Scorchers themselves, well, they reach 47 for 2. But the Typhoons will be happy 39 with no wickets lost.
Reverse hit from Atkinson, and what a shot that is. It's 4 runs and excellently picked up by Atkinson. I really couldn't have picked that shot out if you'd been asked what was going to be played next. It certainly wouldn't have been that. But the modern player, not afraid. And it brings up the 50 for the Typhoons. What a stylish way to do it.
Well, they're on a par with what the Scorchers put on the board earlier.
Messy
Wow.
fielding, messy backing up from the Scorchers means that after good work in the deep from Annabelle Squires, it's not collected by wicketkeeper or the fielders in the offside. So 2 from that final delivery and an expensive over from Amy Maguire. 14 from it, 11 gone, and the Typhoons 53 for naught.
This is an almost perfect start as far as the Typhoons side are concerned. They're right out in this 54 now off 11. And Gabby Lewis, well, she's going to have to start shuffling her cards, trying different things, because one thing they do need is a breakthrough here. That target 129. Maguire's first over, well, she was unfortunate. There was a catch taken, but it was off the free hit after the no ball. So there'll be a change now.
A fuller delivery from Lara Moritz, helped into the leg side by Sarah Forbes. Definitely the favourite area for her. You can almost see a sigh of relief on her face when she sees it going towards leg stump. She knows she'll be able to get off strike. Moving on to 13 from 36 now. Well, the good news is that we're still out there in the middle. The bad news is it's looking like a bit of mizzle out there. Umpire's not too concerned, so we just have to hope that it doesn't get any heavier.
I think the wide brim hat that Paul Reynolds wears keeps a lot of rain away from his face, so he's probably unaware of any drizzle.
Good delivery that from Lara Moritz. Just held its line somewhat. Almost takes the edge of Atkinson. It should have been on the other side. If it had been the Scorchers batting innings, it definitely would have taken the edge, going by how their bowling innings went. Mary Waldron 5 catches to her name in that match. In that innings, I should say. Good aggression from Moritz. She's a real competitor.
It's good to see. She's coming in, she's bending her back. She really wants this wicket.
Slightly too full, so ease through the covers for a single, but she's putting in a good shift here, Lara Moritz.
She's just coming in now to complete her third over. Just 8 runs so far.
Pins Sarah Forbes back on the crease to close out her third over. Just the 2 from it, 12 overs gone, and the Typhoons 56 without loss.
Well, if you're not going to take wickets, then you want to help build pressure for your team by not conceding too many runs. Laura Moritz, she's doing a good job. Just the 8 runs from those 3 overs. The question the captain has to ask herself is she the best option to pick up a wicket?
Well, I think if Amy Maguire was bowling as we know she can, then Moritz bowling, miserly spell down the other end would almost be taking wickets for Amy Maguire. So they need Amy Maguire to come to the party and bowl as well as we know she can.
People often forget that bowlers tend to work in partnerships as much as batsmen. So many times you hear bowlers talked about in pairs, whether it be Broughton Anderson or Locken Laker for our older viewers. It's Lillian Thompson, and now today.
Well, that one was given a bit of flight, tempted Atkinson, but she waited on it very well, managed to steer it past Jane Maguire, who was in mid-wicket, hoping for an opportunity.
Atkinson always seems surprised by that delivery. Could easily have just lifted it to the fielder there. As it was, she got away with it. She's moved on to 33 now. By far the highest individual score we've seen today so far.
Good anticipation. One Maguire bowls it, the other one almost fields it.
Well, she was sharp enough in the field to make the bats decide against taking her on. Once they'd decided that, well, it didn't matter too much that Jane Maguire didn't quite pick it up.
Much better pace. That's a difficult pace for Sarah Forbes to work it to square leg, and she doesn't seem confident to come down or to hit the ball back past the bowler. She hasn't been forced to yet either, because the target is so low. She doesn't need to take the bowler on. Question asked, but well, it's difficult for us to see from this angle, but it looked like it was going down from when we stopped being able to see it. But Willie Clark again doesn't seem too perturbed, doesn't seem to give it much credence, that appeal. A floater, and manages to reach it. Oh, and she almost ran past that one, Annabelle Squires, and then ended up picking it up with ease. So just kept that one to the single. A much better over from Amy Maguire, 2 from it. And after 13, the Typhoons are 58 without loss.
Well, the 13th over for the Scorchers, well, it was possibly the worst over of their innings for them. They lost 2 wickets in that over, and at the end of 13 they were 60 for 4. Typhoons would be very happy. 58 without loss. It certainly puts them in the box seat at the moment. However, cricket, it's a funny old game. And although you'd have the Typhoons perhaps as favourites at the moment, it doesn't take much for a game of cricket to swing one way and then the other.
You can be better for 80% of the game and still lose, mostly in T20 cricket though. A short delivery helped on its way. No chance for Izzy McLean in the deep to take that catch. And considering how much of a struggle it's been for Sarah Forbes, that was a shot that looked too easy for the YMCA batter.
Again, every time that you start to feel that number of balls faced and runs scored is going to put some pressure on Forbes, she gets out of the pressure, and she does very well with this one, and lifted it down to the changing rooms. Well, that's the halfway mark passed as far as the Typhoons are concerned. Still plenty of encouragement amongst the Scorchers fielders.
Well, they're a team that wins a lot, so they have a good attitude. They have that belief that they can win. It's looking more and more unlikely in this game. Good to see the energy up. That's nice, and played nice and late from Forbes. They're really growing into this innings.
I heard a quote the other day by Martina Navratilova. Sometimes you'd win games just because you've forgotten how to lose.
Well, it works the other way as well, and the Typhoons have lost the most games of any of the Super 3's teams. So they've got to find a way to win today. It's looking likely, but you never know. Nicely worked down to third. Yeah, the Scorchers have won more than most, and the Typhoons have lost more than most. So it'll be a big feather in the cap for the Typhoons. Just keep thinking back to those 2 run-outs. What a different game this could have been if those 2 hadn't happened. And indeed, if Siún Woods had been given out instead of Gabby Lewis, because Woods was dismissed two balls after that run-out where all the confusion happened. Short and just sits up, but Atkinson, or Forbes, excuse me, doesn't really get much of it.
She wanted to take the opportunity. She knew it was there to be hit, but again, almost trying to overhit it. Therefore, the timing wasn't quite there, but still a single.
Fine edge and well placed. There's only 1 fielder in the deep there, and sorry, excuse me, there's 2, but she's 2 square. Izzy McLean can't cut that one off, and this is turning into a very expensive over for the Scorchers. Hasn't got her line right in this over, Larmer. It's 2 straight and 2 wide on the offside in the same over. Very difficult to set a field for.
Well, conceding that 6 off the first ball put a lot of pressure on her. So far it's worked for the Typhoons.
Well, she's equalled Amy Maguire for most expensive overs in the innings. 14 from that one. You'd expect Moritz will be finished after that expensive over. 4 overs for her, 22 from them. And 14 overs gone. Typhoons 72 without loss. So they only need just over 1.5 per over at this point, and their current run rate just over 5. I doubt they'll want to take the full 50.
Well, if they do, they're going to have to come to a full stop at some stage and play out about 12 maidens. But no, I don't see the full 50 overs being used here. 72 of 14. It's not quite IPL T20 stuff, but as far as a 50 over game's concerned, at the start of the innings, to get through 14 overs without losing a wicket at over 5 and over, you'd be very pleased. Maguire's 3rd over now. Hasn't gone quite the way she'd want it to.
Too short. Chance in the deep though. And well taken by Christina Coulter-Riley in the deep. A little bit quicker than she was expecting, Sarah Forbes. It took the top edge. She got enough of it to make it sail out to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and well, Amy Maguire takes the first wicket of the day. It's Forbes. She's made 22 from 46, a battling 22. Did a job for her team though, and the Typhoons lose their first wicket on 72. Just that little bit of extra bounce did for Sarah Forbes. A bit of turn as well. She forced it into the leg side, and never easy taking those catches. So the Typhoons lose their first wicket in the 15th over. They're well set on 72, chasing 129 for victory. Forbes is the wicket gone, and with that we'll take a quick drinks break. Join us again in a couple of minutes' time for more live action.
Yeah.
So welcome back. Mary Waldron in at 3 for the Typhoons. Amy Maguire claiming the first wicket. And a dot followed by a single for Mary Waldron to start. The kind of batter that the Typhoons will be glad to see coming out in this kind of situation. She'll be well able to calculate how to go about this innings, Craig, and this is her home ground as well, Pembroke Cricket Club.
And she's in form. Scored a half century last night at a runner ball for Pembroke in the Leinster Senior Cup semi-final. So there's no doubt.
Chance at the non-striker's end. Had to be quick, Izzy McLean, but didn't manage to hit the stumps, and it had to be a direct hit for there to be any problems for George Atkinson. Half century, was she out? Testing your memory here.
Yeah, my memory isn't good enough. But she certainly did enough for Pembroke as they put up a total that Wham couldn't chase down. And it was all on the back of Mary and her innings, but she's also very aware. It's not just her own numbers she's thinking of. As you said, she's very good at measuring this sort of chase.
Well, she was thinking about having a big heave at that Mary Waldron, but it dropped on her and she thought the better of it. So Amy Maguire, after a difficult couple of overs, has come back strongly. Just a couple of runs from her third wicket as well. So after 15 overs, the Typhoons well placed, 75 for 1. Plenty of batting to come as well. Captain Rebecca Stokel yet to come in. We'll probably see her after Laura Delaney. Ava Canning is growing as a batter as well. She's really impressed in the last 12 months. The opening bowler can add some really handy runs.
Change of bowling now at the St John's End. Captain Gabby Lewis turning to herself. It's not right, is it? Calling upon herself.
Brings herself on, I think we'll have to go with. Nothing else sounds right with her off spin. I started out in the Irish team as a leg spinner. That batted, I think, number 11, if I'm not mistaken. She'll probably remember better than I do. Didn't bowl, I'm pretty sure, in that game when she debuted, but turned into an off spinner and then pretty much gave up on spin, but good to see her back with ball in hand. She used to have quite a stilted action and it's looking a lot smoother now, so I wonder have they been doing some work in the off season if they think she'd be a handy little Paul Sterling number, maybe the equivalent on the women's team. It certainly looks like spin is the way to go on this wicket. We saw that in the first innings. They used their part-timer Sarah Forbes to good effect. Georgia Atkinson took 3 wickets. So Gabby Lewis, she's got Christina Coulter-Riley as well, who bowls some handy leg spin, but she's opted to go with herself for now.
Well, she's not afraid to toss it up there, get it right to the batsman's feet. Certainly asking some questions. It's a good opening over for her.
I think we can agree that if you're going to air against Atkinson, air fuller rather than shorter. She has kept it up to the right-hander very well. 5 dots so far in her opening over. A little bit of drift on that occasion. Just the single then from Gabby Lewis's opening over. 16 overs gone and the Typhoons 76 for 1.
Well, it was a fine first over from Gabby Lewis. Just the one off it. I think with her height, she can just float it up there a bit more. And she's got that full length against Atkinson, as you say. If you're going to be too far or too short against Atkinson, you're far better off being too long.
I have to say, when she was an out-and-out bowler, I used to hate facing Gabby, and it's what you mentioned there, her height made it very difficult to read length early on. Makes it definitely much more difficult when you've got a taller bowler that you're facing. For me, such a huge part of my game playing spin was reading the length out of the hand. And I don't think I found anyone more difficult to read that part from Gabby. She probably didn't have the variations of other spinners, so I'm not saying she was the best spinner in the world, but I just found her very tough. Amy Maguire now needs to just try and cut these extras out. Lots of space behind square leg. Annabelle Squires does well to keep it to 2. Gabby Lewis built plenty of pressure that last over, and unfortunately for the Scorchers, Maguire just releasing it with a wide, and now another delivery down leg side. A free shot for Atkinson with no fielder behind square. Much better. That's the delivery, more like the line that her field is set for.
Left arm spinner. She's willing to toss it up there. As she gains more and more experience, she's only going to get better.
Just misses Jane Maguire there. Coulter-Riley keeps it to 1. I think if she's going to try and bowl that line in at leg stump, she needs to come wider, much wider of the crease, so that it becomes a danger to play it into leg side. That's definitely something she can add to her game as she grows into her career as a spinner.
Yeah, where you are on the crease doesn't really occur to young bowlers.
Reverse lap from Mary Waldron. That's very much a classic shot of hers, and well, she had to trust the bowler to get the ball on line, which she did on that occasion, Amy Maguire. And you feel a little bit cheated as a bowler when you bowl a good ball like that and it's sent to 3rd.
Well, as you say, Mary Waldron, she's taught herself the modern game, as they say.
She's a nightmare to set a field for, because as a spinner you want to choose either 45 or 3rd, and for Mary, because she can sweep so well both sides, she'll just continue to do it. A good anticipation by Niamh McNulty there. She saw the grip change and she started running around, so she's kept it to 1.
Waldron digging deep into her box of tricks. She's moved on to 6 from just 6 deliveries. Well, these figures aren't flattering her, that's for sure.
Bit shorter, and what a pickup by skipper Gabby Lewis. Seemed to be going straight into her hand and shot away from her, but she stuck out a paw and saved that one. So a dot to close out that over from Amy Maguire. 9 from it, and after 17 the Typhoons marching towards victory, 85 for 1.
Well, when you're only chasing 129, 85 for 1 is a nice position to be in. It's going to take quite a dramatic swing in this game now to bring it back to the Scorchers. Waldron and Atkinson, well, they want to just steadily put together a partnership. No need to take too many chances, too many risks. They're not chasing a massive run rate.
Well, this is the point in a game when are you batting for this match, or are you batting thinking of getting some shots, some attacking play under your belt ahead of series that are to come? Australia come next week. I don't think Ireland will find themselves chasing down 128, so Mary Waldron might try to be a bit more expansive. No mid-wicket for her, because they've taken mid-wicket out so that they can have a 3rd in place, and that just shows the value of that risk in the last over. When she played that lap, she's forced to change in the field. That will change for Atkinson. No 45 needed for her. Mid-wicket in place. And unfortunately, too far down the leg side and no fine in place means that it's a long chase for Niamh McNulty. She will reel it in, and a good quick pick up and throw means it's just the couple.
2 more onto the total. But yes, you're quite right. Even though that lap shot of Waldron's was against Maguire, it's almost changed the field when Lewis is bowling too. They have to be aware of Mary's shots.
Straight up, who wants it? Ellie McGee can't judge it, and Jane Maguire doesn't come in. So another chance goes down. Atkinson dropped on 18 and now dropped on 44. 44 because she got the single. It's usually the Scorchers who are the beneficiaries of drop catches, I have to say. And this time they're the ones doing the dropping. Drag down and straight into position. Such good bat speed from Mary Waldron. Quite a short swing, but good bat speed, and 4 between Niamh McNulty and Lara Moritz in the deep.
Well, after the previous delivery had been dropped on this one, Lewis trying to push it through. All that did was open up the leg side. Waldron round on it, picks up a boundary.
Comes back with the dot. Mine's still on the drop catch.
Yeah.
Happens so often, doesn't it? Well, that's a good comeback. 2 good dots to close out her second over. Gabby Lewis, well, she almost took the second wicket, but it wasn't to be. 18 overs gone now, and the Typhoons 93 for 1. Atkinson 45 for her now, just the 5 away from the half century. Waldron's come in and made it look easy, truth be told. 11 from 10 deliveries. Missed the outside edge in that last delivery, which is the first time she's looked in any way troubled. But her innovation just breathes some much needed life into the match, makes things exciting.
Well, she's scoring over a runner ball, but you wouldn't say she's gone after any bowling in particular. She's taken what's being offered to her.
Well, every wicket is different, and different batters' skills suit different surfaces, and I would say that a slow turning pitch, Mary Waldron has the attributes and the skills to take on the spinners more so than most other batters in the country. Very good at lapping, sweeping, reverse sweeping. So spinner is not really what you want on against Mary Waldron. So they've turned to Ellie McGee. She bowled 1 over inside the power play. She was whipped off to make way for Amy Maguire. Maguire did take the wicket, but she was expensive. So Ellie McGee comes back into the attack. They're trying to put the pressure on here, the Scorchers, just square leg and cover on the boundary. Everyone else inside the ring, including third and 45. So they're going to try and squeeze, force the Typhoons to do something.
And that's what they want to do. They want to pose questions to the Typhoons. They can't let them just meander through. 36 required now.
Well, sometimes when you know the game is getting away from you, it's about seeing how many you can take with you. Seeing if you can create pressure and take wickets with plans, with field changes. So Gabby Lewis is giving another spell to Ellie McGee, because you never know when you're going to need that person later on. By later on, I mean in the series as opposed to the match. I think that took Mary Waldron by surprise.
On the full, couldn't get any power into the shot, and it just ran out to mid-on. Amy Maguire doing the fielding there.
A quick single pops it into the offside, but the good understanding between the two batters and safely home.
Well, yes, if you bat with Mary Waldron, you have to be wide awake. She's always keen to takes singles. Doesn't believe in turning runs down.
Power down the ground and a misfield from Musonda. She almost just had to wear that one. It was hit with power. So it just deflected off her leg for a single, and she's got a smile on her face. Didn't see much of that when it was hitting her.
Well, it shows the value of getting your body behind it. Your hand's not always in the right place at the right time. Oh, another manufactured shot from Waldron.
More innovation. I'll tell you what, she practices things like that. Lives for it. Lives and breathes cricket. Mary Waldron, a tidy over from Ellie McGee, 4 runs from it. And Typhoons closing in on their team century. 19 overs gone. They're 97 for 1. Atkinson still there at 47. She's slowed down somewhat. She was going at almost a run a ball. Now 56 deliveries for her 47. And Waldron is going at a run a ball. 13 from 13. So from a Typhoons point of view, they'll want to be the ones there at the end. They'll want to carry this victory for the Typhoons. Don't leave it up to anybody else. For the Scorchers, they're trying to see how many wickets they can take before the Typhoons pass their meagre total. And it's Christina Coulter-Riley who's been offered the ball and the opportunity to take the second and however many wickets she can. Quick leg spinner. Tends to bowl more top spin than leg spin, if we're honest. And a really good start. Lands the first one. The fielder not in position is third, so that is the area that Mary Waldron will be worrying about. Yep, there she is. She puts it straight in that gap. You can't leave that open, she says. Amy Maguire will chase it down. But it's too easy a shot for Waldron to have that gap, and they're going to have to make a choice between mid-wicket and third here, or else taking in one of the fielders in the deep out maybe. But they're opting to leave it open.
Well, hoping against hope for a false shot by Waldron if she goes chasing that third again. And that's well run.
She's out of the blocks fast, George Atkinson, because Ellie McGee picked that up very quickly and hit the stumps, but she was still home with ease. Atkinson may be worried that if she leaves the ball with Waldron for too long, that's 100 up. If she leaves it with Waldron for too long, that she won't get the chance for half century. But it is her team's century. No clap from the sideline. I'm not sure they even realise how quickly they're chasing down these runs. Just 0.95 the required run rate at this point. Takes the pace right off.
Well, Atkinson saw a chance to raise her bat there. She wanted to smash that square on the offside. Wasn't quite there for her.
Well, she'll be happy about getting that single because it's been looking very nervy since she got to 45, Georgia Atkinson. And sometimes you find that some batters will just try and hit a 6 once they get to 44. Hit a 6, get it over with. But Atkinson looks to be doing it in singles. Just it's a slow approach. And that's the wicket. She's come on to make the change. Christina Coulter-Riley was given the opportunity and she's taken it. Waldron looked like never getting out, but she's missed out on that one. Too straight for the shot. And the change of bowling has done the trick. Waldron goes for a bright and breezy 16. The Typhoons lose their second on 101 for 2.
Well, very quick partnership of 29 between these two, Waldron and Atkinson. Gordon had shown a lot of innovation on this occasion. Played all around what was basically a straight delivery. And that's the second wicket down with 101 on the board and another 28 required for victory. And this the 20th over and the incoming bat, the Irish captain Laura Delaney.
Well, I'll tell you what, we saw a lot of deliveries like that if you're watching the women's Ashes, those kinds of deliveries, maybe not quite as short as that. They get hit to long on. Mary Waldron trying to force that through cover, and it did die a little bit, I'll give her that, but she went leg side and tried to play it through cover from middle stump. That should be being played down the ground, and unfortunately that's an indication of you don't really get that kind of bowling in Ireland, that you have to go on the back foot and punch it down the ground. If you're going on the back foot, you're generally cutting or pulling. So I think she'll look back on that, Mary Waldron, and be a bit disappointed by her shot selection. Been immaculate up until that point. Amy Maguire now gets another go. Atkinson helps the ball to 45. This should be her 50. She'll be keen to come back for at least the second, which is what she does. So 50 runs for Atkinson.
Smattering of applause.
She's been very steady. Georgia Atkinson has taken anything short and wide. She's helped anything straight and short into the leg side. She's run well. That's been a feature of her play. And she's just looked unflappable out there for the Typhoons. What I will say is she did give two chances though, on 18 and 44. First one, very difficult chance. Second one, just not judged in mid-wicket. It was a skyer.
Certainly a lot brighter. The clouds are a lot higher. I certainly think we're going to get through to the conclusion of this game without any more interruptions from Mother Nature.
Just the 25 required now. Laura Delaney faces her first delivery. It's a good one from Amy Maguire. She has somewhat of a weakness to left arm spin, Laura Delaney. Works it to Niamh McNulty in backward point. Always difficult fielding that position. You're trying to cover so much ground. You're on a hiding to nothing. If they can manage to get it in that area, it's almost always a single.
And in fact, just as you say that, bring a fielder across from the leg side to give some assistance to Niamh McNulty.
Well, the bowler hasn't bowled to her field, unfortunately. Maguire strained down leg side again.
Oh, that one got a bit more bounce on it. And it certainly brought McNulty into the game as a possibility, but it went past her and it was fielded out the boundary.
It was stark, that delivery, that she was bowling from a much taller position. Amy Maguire came over the top of the ball. When she bowls round arm, that's when she forces it down leg. That one over the top got the extra bounce, and that's what's created an almost opportunity there. And that's what she has to try and repeat over and over, Amy Maguire. Unfortunately, when you take up spin and you've been a seamer, there are so many things you need to remember that you can sometimes forget the most important part. And gives that one plenty of flight. Delaney can only pat it back to her. So 6 from that over. The 50 of Atkinson came in there as well. And after 21, the Typhoons 107 for 2.
Well, it's a player of the match performance from Atkinson today. She took 3 for 10 with the ball earlier on from her 5 overs. And in this innings, Well, she's hit a few boundaries. As you say, she slowed up in the, I suppose, the nervous 45 onwards and got there in ones and twos in the end. But she's been there since the start. She's seen her side up to 107, and she has 52 of those.
Christina Coulter-Riley for her second over. Just slightly misaligned down the leg side, good pace, but hits the pad and goes for two. Well, it looks like she got some bat in that, in fact. Always good as a batter when you get those ones to your name. There's nothing worse than when you get an edge on something where you clearly hit it and the umpire signals leg by.
Usually worth a word to the umpire.
Yeah, you end up on 49. You're thinking, I could have done with that extra run.
Well, it was W.G. Grace's birthday yesterday. There was a story of him having scored, came into the scores and said, how many did I get? 399. Find me another one. Full toss, well dealt with, into the fence. We'll see how that signalled. A no ball and a 6.
Well, there's always one in the leg spinners, always a full toss. Unfortunately, it was above the waist height, so it's a no ball. You often get wickets with those ones if they're below the waist, but Atkinson was alive to the danger of the full toss and sent it over the rope. And now she'll get a free hit, so that will help the Typhoons edge closer to that 129. And she hits that one strongly. Bottom edge the last time she got a short delivery, but much better positioning on that occasion and gets the bat right through.
Well, she may have had the nervous 45 onwards, but there was nothing nervous about her 50s. She raced through those with the help of that 6. She's now moved on to 61. Score 117 in pursuit of 129. I do believe the sun has come out.
Good strong shot from Delaney into the leg side. They're closing in on this target very quickly, the Typhoons. I'm sure that Paul Davidge, their coach, will have said we don't want to take too long about this chase. If you take your time too much, sometimes you can get bogged down. So Mary Waldron really added impetus when she came in, and Delaney continuing that on.
And also with a 3-team league, net run rate very often becomes important by the end of the tournament, and this victory will be a big plus for the Typhoons should they reach the finishing line.
So 11 from that Christina Coulter-Riley over, and after 22, Typhoons are 118 for 2, just requiring 11 more to get the W in this Evoke Super 50 Cup match between them and the Scorchers. Atkinson 3 wickets and currently 61 to her name, has been the standout today. Granted, those 3 wickets were the lower order, but she was brought on to take the pace off at the back end when they knew that the power maybe wasn't quite there. She'll be desperate to carry her bat. It's going to be another change of bowling, one Maguire for the other. Amy Maguire comes off, Jane Maguire comes on. Beautiful start, Jane Maguire. As I said, I think the focus for Scorchers now will just be seeing if they can nick another 1 or 2 wickets. Jane Maguire back into the Irish squad for next week's series against Australia, so valuable overs and confidence for her bowling in today's match. I think she'll be pleased overall. And Laura Delaney will want to think twice about just hanging her bat out like that again.
Touch the Zorros about it. Flashing blade. Just hanging it out to dry.
Touch of the Zorros. I'm just making a note of this one as well. Zorros.
The book will be out in October. That's a nice shot, but it's straight to the fielder. Another dot ball.
I didn't note one of them down. What was the other one that you said? Buffer of goodwill, touch of the Zorros, and there was one more, but
I'm sure you'll hear it again at some stage. It'll come round on the second loop.
I have to listen back to this whole match now just to get that one. Short, and she finds the fielder, but Amy Maguire had to just get the body behind it. It is a very strong area for Laura Delaney. She will have been pleased to see the length from Jane Maguire so she can get off strike and hand it over to Atkinson. They brought the field up. The Scorchers cover is in. 45 is in as well. So they're just trying to drag this game out.
Well, they've waited this long to see the sunshine. It'd be a shame not to play some cricket in it. This has proved to be a good exercise for all involved as Atkinson goes big down towards the Wheelfield Road gate. It won't reach the boundary, it'll just be two more, but it does bring the runs required down to single figures, down to 8 at the end of the over. 119 for 2. And the finishing line very much in sight now for the Typhoons.
I think it's 1-2-1 for 2. That 2 yet to go onto the score. So just the 8 required now. Good over from Jane Maguire though. For a minute there, it looked like mid-on was in with a chance, but she's actually hit it quite cleanly, Georgia Atkinson. So still out there. 63 for her. Delaney will be on strike for Marianne Masonda, who gets her first bowl of the day. Always a nice one when you're a bowler to be brought on with single figures left to be chased down. Starts off with a wide.
Then he does the right thing, just takes the single, doesn't try to overhit it, just plays it out on the offside.
They'll be happy enough to do this in ones. Cover is out on the boundary, as is deep mid-wicket and deep square, so lots of space for singles. But if there is a short one, I fancy Georgia Atkinson would try to finish in 1, maybe 2 hits. Looks for the reverse, and she's done that twice today, and to great effect. Not one that you'd see too often. Almost shoveling it to third, but it's very effective. It's a boundary for her, and now they're just 3 away from that win. Correction, 2 away, and that's is really on point today.
I see, once the leaving cert's over, you forget everything.
So I count in low numbers these days with toddlers. You know, it's 1 and 1, it's 2. So
yes, I have a daughter who's a national school teacher. I tell her what her plans are for the year. She says 1 to 5 and A to Z.
And she does go for the big one.
Oh.
Fitting that it's Georgia Atkinson who closes out the game. A straight sweep shot to close it out with a boundary. Marianne Masonda goes for 10 in not quite an over. And Atkinson goes at a runnable 71 and carries her bat. So a resounding victory for the Typhoons as Laura Delaney comes in at 4 and helps Georgia Atkinson win the game for her team by 8 wickets. The Scorchers will look back and think they could have played the away moving ball better, and they certainly could have run better between the wickets.
Well, that's a super shot to win the game. It's the first time we had one down towards Cow Corner like that. Certainly spreading the turns that are sitting on the field. And that's a fine knock by Atkinson. And that 50, 60 odd runs plus her 3 wickets. Well, she's got to be a contender. Certainly has helped bring her side home. And as we said before, Scorchers, who've basically been dominant in the Super Series since its inception, well, they had a coming to earth today when the Typhoons, well, the Typhoons have won this game, but you would wonder how much of that you put down to the Scorchers' own errors in the first innings when batting.
Well, those errors are plain to see when you look at that batting chord. Run out, number 2 and 3, Lewis and Masonda. That was cataclysmic for the Scorchers, 18 and 21 to each of them. They both looked assured, except for when they were called upon to make the right choice between the wickets, and then it really didn't get going. A bit of a partnership between Moritz and McGee, and then McGee and Maguire, but the tail couldn't wag for the Scorchers, and they ended courtesy of 25 extras on 128, and with over 13 overs or over 12 overs left in their innings.
Well, the main point here is, and the one thing the Typhoons are going to want to work on, is 25 extras. But other than that, well, they used eight bowlers, all with varying degrees of success. 3 for 10 for Atkinson is obviously the pick of those. Alice Tector 2 for 12, and then Dempsey, Delaney and Forbes each picking up a wicket, and the Typhoons would have been absolutely delighted to have dismissed the Scorchers for the total of 128.
Atkinson dominated proceedings for the Typhoons. She opened up with Forbes, who looked to weather the storm early on, and she got going until she fell as the first victim of Amy Maguire. Coulter Riley taking a good catch, and then it was Coulter Riley with the ball in hand who took the wicket of Mary Waldron, somewhat against the run of play, it has to be said. Delaney came out to close things out with Atkinson, who carried her bat for 71. They chased it down with ease inside 24 overs for just the 2 wickets.
Well, Gabby Lewis never had the biggest of totals to defend, and she also used 8 bowlers in the end. But just the 2 wickets to fall. Coulter Riley, well, she took the catch for the first wicket, which was Maguire's wicket, but then she bowled Mary Waldron for her own. But apart from that, well, there just wasn't enough there for the Scorchers to defend. And just 2 wickets fell as the Typhoons made, well, pretty easy weather of chasing down that total.
And so this is what happened today. The Scorchers could only bat for 37.4 overs and nobody really got going. McGee stuck at it for 22. Masonda looked good till she ran herself out, and Lewis and Moritz each scoring 18. The bowlers did well for the Typhoons. They judged the pitch well. 3 wickets for Atkinson and Tector. Just the 2 wickets on the side of the Scorchers, those going to Maguire and Coulter Riley. Atkinson, the standout, 71 not out. Though she was dropped twice, she made the Scorchers pay, carried her bat and helped her team to an 8-wicket victory. And so we hope you enjoyed our coverage here today. Keep us in mind on Sunday, because that is when Ireland will be taking on Australia at home in Clontarf. What a day that will be, sold out well in advance. There are still tickets for the other 2 days, so if you're keen to go along to Castle Avenue, have a look on the Cricket Ireland website for the matches on Tuesday and Friday, where we'll see the best in the world in action. Join us then, and we'll see you again soon. Thanks again from HBV Studios Cricket Ireland, from Craig and myself. Good evening and good night.